Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Do I hear you? Hello? Hello? Why don't I hear myself?
I don't hear you either.
All of our microphones are on.
Nothing.
Can you?
Not working?
Our servers are down because my email won't even work either. Something's down.
Okay, well. No microphones, no. Hello, 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 hello. Nope.
Scan the QR code, hurry.
Hello, hello. Microphones aren't working. Hello? What? Okay. What was that? Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Okay. Well, there you go. I don't know why we couldn't hear anyone's microphone.
Yeah, that's weird.
All right.
I'm still
Hi,
not getting
everybody.
it.
Huh?
Still not getting it through the live stream, but we'll figure that out.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Okay. Hi, I'm Alan. Thanks for showing up. Whatever the hell that was. Put in somewhere, and yeah, okay, whatever. Hi, welcome. Bill's here. How you feeling today?
I'm all right. I'm not too bad. I didn't go back out, and that was the key to it. So I got
really?
Home,
you went home?
I went home. My dog was my dog was with my kid all day, so she was tired as hell, and I was tired. So I was just like, you know what? Let's get in bed. And I was in bed at like 7 or 8. I didn't go right to sleep, but I just didn't go back out. And so I ate my food, started drinking water, and so I'm okay today.
Oh, all right. Yeah. I thought for sure you were going to go out.
I thought about it.
Right. Was your girl at home when you got back?
No, she
came in stumbling?
She went back out, and then she went to her place last night.
Oh, so you didn't have to like babysit or anything like that?
Yeah, because she was like, I think probably 11 o'clock when she went home. So, so she was hurting this morning.
All day
Yeah, she did. Well, she took a nap at her mom's for a little while, so she had a little reprieve there.
A disco nap. Yeah. All right. Hey, Mary Santora's here, too.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Hello.
Hi.
And Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Happy Throwback Thursday, white people.
This is a Throwback Thursday. You'll find the brand new Poundcake podcast up for you. Those drop on Thursdays if you go to alancoxshow.com. It's called Can't We All Just Get Along? And it's you solo, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Also a nice write-up on Mary at cleveland.com. Mm-hmm. Her favorite dining choices in Cleveland.
Hey.
I'll tell you what, you might have seen Mary live. You might have even purchased a copy of her CD.
Two left.
Two left. The signed and numbered ones.
Down to the last two.
That's cool.
Well, so I'm sure those will be scooped up during the show.
Hopefully.
You might have seen Mary live. You might have heard her on this program, but you thought to yourself, well, that doesn't really explain to me where and what she likes to eat. Well,
right.
That conundrum has been solved. favorite dining choices in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
And then she lists them.
Yes.
So
do you agree with them? Disagree with them?
No. I all I noticed was that none of them are in Cleveland.
Oh, well, they're in like the Cleveland area where I
don't
live.
know how specific they mean it. Anytime
I didn't think they meant Cleveland proper.
Listen, I'm with you. I always refer to Cleveland. I go, I'll meet somebody. Are you from Cleveland? No, I'm from Rocky River. Okay, well, I meant the area, but yeah,
Right,
okay.
yeah.
So, to your point, no, I don't.
How far does that extend, though? Because if I say I'm from Cleveland, they'd be like, bitch, you from Oberlin. That don't count. How far does it go?
Well, Oberlin is very specifically not Cleveland. But I mean, if somebody's like, I live at 117th in Madison, I go, okay, well, that's probably Lakewood if you're on the west side
So
of it or
you're
whatever.
talking like Cuyahoga County, because technically Oberlin is Northeast Ohio.
That's what I refer to, is like the Cleveland metropolitan area. Cleveland proper and suburbs. Like Oberlin is not a suburb of Cleveland.
So when I wear a shirt that says, bitch, I'm from Cleveland, I'm really not from Cleveland.
You can wear whatever you want.
I mean, live in Cleveland, though.
Right.
Now,
yes.
But back in the day when I, tattoo on my arm, backwards hat, I was like, I'm from Cleveland. They're like Oberlin. But yeah, still Northeast Ohio, Cleveland.
Yeah, people get very provincial about things like that. All I would say to you is maybe not wear a piece of clothing that has the word bitch on it. But that's just me.
He's into that.
I know he is, and that's
what, bitch.
I know, and so he's gonna have pieces of clothing with that on it, and that's just fine.
Where's that from?
I'm sorry.
What, bitch?
What is that from?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I said it, but it could be literally any episode.
Well, it's actually from your own podcast.
Okay. I was gonna say.
I would tell people to listen to it, and now I would tell you to listen to it, because you don't know what's in it.
Again, the word bitch could be like any day for any segment.
And that's my point. You say it so often, you have no idea where it's from. That's from the latest Poundcake podcast.
What, bitch?
Right. No, you mentioned Joe's Deli in Rocky River, which is a solid choice.
It is right down the street from
and
my
they
house.
were down for the count for a while. They were down for the count for a while because he had COVID.
Yeah.
So they were shut down for a bit, I think.
It's literally like that's the major intersection that's closest to where I live. And if you got to get your order in early. When they've been doing this takeout, like the cars will have 2 lines wrapped all the way around the building for people getting I mean, they get you in and out pretty quick, like Chick-fil-A, but they just have such a big menu that I'm like, no matter what I'm craving, they have it, and it's all done great.
Well, and I like legit delis. Like if you can find a legit deli, they're always going to have, something really good. And, so I thought that was a very good pick. Yeah. Like Corky and Lenny's. On the east side. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Deli, right? No, I don't have a problem with any of your picks. And besides, these are your picks.
Yeah.
And
I had a hard time with the favorite food one. I'm like,
favorite dish to make at home?
No,
that
favorite
one?
dish to make at home was easy. I love making steak at home.
Yeah.
But I was like, what do I love to get? And then it was like short ribs for sure. Anytime I see short ribs on any menu, I'm like, I friggin' love short ribs, dude.
I feel like they're too fatty.
But if they're done right, they're not fatty.
Is that true?
It's almost like the fat melts into it and makes it so.
Gives it all the flavor.
Oh
yeah.
God,
We
just
were
so
having
good.
we were having corned
Fork
beef
tender.
We were having corned beef and cabbage last night at my mother-in-law's house. And the thing with corned beef or any kind of brisket is there's a lot of fat on it, and so you end up with I'm one of those people that I have a pile of fat on the side.
Right.
Other people, they chow it all down. They're like, that's where the flavor is. I'm like, well, that's also where the fat is. But it still tastes good. Tastes great.
Yeah.
So anyway, Cleveland.com in their entertainment section, they did a whole thing on Miss Mary Santora for her 5 for Friday.
And it is Thursday.
Well, you have it today, so you know where you want to go eat on Friday.
No, I know. They sent me the link and was like, we know it's Thursday. Like, just, it just is what it is.
It didn't even register with me because I think I'm a day ahead. I keep thinking today is Friday, so that didn't even register with me.
I wish it was. It's so gloomy.
Well, you only have one more day until Friday.
I know.
And I think that tomorrow might not be as gloomy.
What, bitch?
I said I don't think tomorrow is going to be as gloomy.
That one's messing with my head. I keep thinking that he's saying it.
He is saying it.
He is. You're right.
But like in the moment.
It's not a deep fake.
No.
So, anyway, That's there for you. I've got to take a break. If you want to join us on the phone, please do. The number is 2-1657-81007 or 800-348-1007, and you can text 35192.
The Alan Cox Show. Ohio Quilter Magazine wasn't our proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7
WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007, 35192 if you want to send me a text. And you can listen anywhere throughout North America on the iHeartRadio app. Cavaliers win last night here at home against the Celtics on St. Paddy's Day, no less. 117-110 was the win. They needed one. I think that puts them around 15-24 now. They're off tonight. They'll play the Spurs here at home tomorrow night. Who's that? David Robinson? Who's on the Spurs?
Oh, who is on the Spurs?
Tony Parker?
No, he retired.
Tim Duncan?
Retired.
Manu Ginobili?
Retired. Who's the guy that? DeMar DeRozan. That's their big guy right now.
Okay. Well, tomorrow night, 7:30, Cavs Live. Your pregame will begin at 7 o'clock here on MMS. I saw that LeBron James, after 20 years, is jumping ship from Coca-Cola and will now endorse Pepsi.
Wow.
You know, he has a lot of endorsements, and I think it's safe to say that he's been very closely associated with Coca-Cola for a long time. People would see him in those whatever Fakakta Sprite flavor they had coming out. LeBron would be there going, hey, this one's cranberry. And so now he's going to Pepsi, and he's going to be the face of a new Mountain Dew energy drink.
Ooh.
I guess you could call this the Dew-cision, if you will. And so
they skipped right over AC.
Well, this is what listen, and as I'm drinking a Mountain Dew here.
That's what I'm saying.
LeBron James is a global icon.
Okay.
I am a local footnote.
And a hypocrite. Because you said you were going to get off Mountain Dew.
I am getting off Mountain Dew. I said I'm getting off Mountain Dew.
You didn't say he's off.
That's right. I'm weaning myself.
Whatever.
I am a local footnote. It would be nice if I were consulted.
Yeah, they
but
didn't
that's
even ask.
Why would they? Quite frankly, I just think it's funny. I can't figure out why Mountain Dew can't make the energy drink thing happen. Every couple years, they put out a new. It's always swing and a miss with the energy, and I don't get it. They did Amp.
That was them too.
They did
Kickstart,
which we endorsed for a while. Kickstart was actually really good. You can still get it. They had that monkey baby puppy commercial at the Super Bowl a few years ago. People remember the commercial. They didn't know what the hell the product was, and what a weird ass way to market it anyway. You're trying to get the kids, I get it. So you're just trying to fill their eyes with nonsense. But every few years and now they're coming back around with Mountain Dew Rise or something. And so LeBron James, I guess they showed him some money, and he signed a multi-year partnership with Pepsi. With Coca-Cola for 18 years.
Damn.
They must have given him so much money.
That's what I'm saying. To get you away from that long.
18 years.
His deal with Coke expired in September. They agreed to mutually part ways. So maybe Coke wanted to move on too.
Maybe
they wanted to get somebody along the lines of who knows, a DeMar DeRozan. Maybe
Probably not DeMar DeRozan.
Hey, did you guys hear about the new Sprite? Here it is.
Delonte West, I feel it.
Delonte West. How's he doing, by the way? Like, I feel like Mark Cuban put him up in the pool house for a while.
I haven't heard any updates, but I'm pretty sure he's still like in recovery with that program.
Okay.
And I think he's working for the Mavericks.
I would have liked to have seen another guy that we haven't heard from in a while is Ted Williams. Not the cryogenically frozen ball player, but the homeless man with the golden voice. Remember Ted Williams?
Oh, I remember him, yeah.
Here in Ohio, right? It was Columbus?
Cheese.
Kraft macaroni and cheese.
It's the cheesiest.
About 10 years ago, this guy, he goes viral because he has this amazing voice. People find him, they clean him up, they start giving him some work. I would have loved to have seen a show where he bunks with Delonte West. And he kind of mentors him, kind of a sensei and kohai type relationship. And he mentors him on how to kind of get your mojo back from being down and out. Ted and Delonte. I mean, I'll let the brainiacs come up with what it should be, but that might be something to consider. So LeBron is going to be the new face of the new Mountain Dew Rise. My favorite part of endorsements like this is that they put out a press release, and they have to make what they're doing sound amazing, rather than, I'm switching companies.
Right.
LeBron James said, when I first learned about the message behind the drink, the fact that every day is a chance to rise for all of us, that really resonated with me. He could have just as easily said, listen, Pepsi threw me they backed the truck up. They threw me a bag of money, all right?
Well, that's the message that they presented to him, is we're going to give you a lot of money. And he's like, I am so on board with that.
I approve of that. I approve of me getting a lot of money.
Well, I think part of it, too, is that, Coke was like the official sponsor of the NBA and the WNBA for like 30 years. And they stopped doing that, too. So it's probably got something to do with it. But Zion Williamson, Joel Embiid, these are other guys that are going to be on board with. Now, again, to Mary's point, why did nobody come to AC?
I can't believe that.
You know why?
Why?
Because I'm still rocking the OG do.
Oh, you're not hip with the new fashions.
I am. I'll try them. Always brings me back to the OG do.
Maybe that'll be
I don't
it.
stray too far from the path.
That is what's going to happen. You're going to be like in your 80s, and that's what the campaign's going to be. They're going to put a whole new push for the OG do, and you'll be like, I've been drinking do since I was 8. And
when I was 49 years old, I told my friends and colleagues that I was weaning myself off Mountain Dew. 30 years later, it turns out I lied.
Look at me, spry as ever.
Look at me. I've got no teeth, but spry as ever. That's right. So, congratulations to LeBron James. By the way, somebody texted me in the break. Alicia texted me in the break and said, I think I just bought Mary's last CD. I can't wait to get it.
They are sold out. The signed copies are sold out.
job.
So thank you guys. Thank you very, very much. It means so much to me. It's very, very cool.
Now, somebody did ask me as well if they're sold out now.
Yes.
But before we got that information, they said, I'll buy them if she signs, thank you for helping my vagina.
Well,
because Mary pointed out that the proceeds from this are going to go toward her colposcopy.
Portion of them, yes.
Portion of them, right.
I thought that was your favorite dish.
My colposcopy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're from
Well,
Polish
that's my favorite
restaurants, yeah.
stew. I mean, it's not really
your favorite
a dish.
stew. Yeah. Let's hope it's not a stew. Is there any chance that they will provide you with photos of your colposcopy that you could then sign a number at a premium?
Maybe.
Okay.
I could ask them to scrape out extra.
Well, because they light it up. I'm not telling you anything you already know. They light it up. They magnify it for this procedure. So there's going to be, by definition, there's going to be visual evidence of something.
I don't know that they take pictures. This is
But
biopsies.
could they? Right. But could they?
What do you sell a biopsy for? If I'm like, hey, while you're in there,
Up
could
to
you
you.
give me 10 more?
I would like a couple of 8x10 glossies or whatever's going on in there.
Go on Reddit and see what they're going for.
No, I mean the physical biopsies. Like put them in a glass slide.
Oh, like in the little plastic petri dishes?
Yes.
That's biohazardous material.
I can't send that in the mail.
No, you can't.
They
Like a
wouldn't let
lighter.
you keep a tooth anymore.
Right. That's why I'm suggesting
Pictures
the photos
of my colposcopy.
Right.
We could.
Because I imagine they use a colposcope.
What?
They use a colposcope.
Right, a colposcope,
Yep.
or it's like one of those endoscopes on the end of a speculum or something, and they get it in there, they light it up, and then they got tweezers on the end or whatever they do.
Not even close.
Oh,
so far off.
God, I really got to sit in on one of these.
It's like they use the little thing to pry you open.
Speculum.
Right. Well, I didn't know how technical you're coming up with colposcopes. So
I don't know that it's not a colposcope.
And they have the light in there, and then they can see your cervix, and then they just go in with little. You really want to know what they do? It's
Well,
kind of gross.
I know the broad strokes.
Well, they have to spray you with this. It's a solution that makes your abnormal cells turn white, and it has vinegar in it, so you
So
smell like
racist.
vinegar. I'm dead serious.
Your underwear smells like a salad for a couple hours.
Well, yeah, you go home and change your underwear, but they put
don't do that.
Or fair fries.
Let it
or
marinate.
fair fries. Well, they tell you before, and they're like, it's gonna smell like vinegar. It might sting a little bit, but that's because it turns the cells that they need to biopsy. It makes them a different color.
What,
so then,
bitch?
So then they take whatever those are, however many they find or see that look problematic, they biopsy those, and that's what gets sent out to be like,
Oh, I
cancer?
see. The problematic cells are the non-white cells.
No, the white ones are problematic.
Are the problematic
The white ones are the
They're the ones that are
problematic
listening to
ones.
Joe Rogan. And,
Right.
They're trying to keep Dr. Seuss from getting canceled.
I see.
They're storming the capital of my cervix, if you will. Yeah.
Mary, I've got bad news. There are an inordinate number of your cervical cells that are listening to the Joe Rogan Experience.
Damn it, I told him to knock it off.
Specifically the Elon Musk episode. And boy, that's got us very, very worried. There's a couple of Candace Owens in there too, but what are you going to do about that? Hey, James.
How you doing?
How are you?
I am great out here driving in this rain.
Okay.
But hey, I got a little bit of insight for you with LeBron and the whole Pepsi and Gatorade thing. I had worked for them for many, 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 many years.
For Coke or for PepsiCo?
For Pepsi.
Yeah, okay.
So if you ever watch LeBron on the sidelines when he's drinking, he's actually drinking Gatorade out of that twist top bottle.
Okay.
That is a 24-ounce Gatorade bottle. So,
well, I assume that's contractually obligated. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he had to. Well, he just took the label off, so you can't see the label. Even though everybody who works for Pepsi knows that's a Gatorade bottle.
Oh, Gatorade is not a Pepsi product.
No, Gatorade is a Pepsi product.
It is
It's owned by PepsiCo. Yes.
Okay.
And this was why he was still under contract with Coke.
I see.
So, and then your whole Mountain Dew and energy drink, anytime PepsiCo comes out with something related to Mountain Dew, the Mountain Dew brand is so big, they try to slap the Mountain Dew name on it, and they try to grow that Mountain Dew brand more and more.
I see, because you got the kids and the gamers and the hip kids. And
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works, and sometimes it don't.
Man, I love that Kickstarter. I won't lie to you. And it's still out. I think it's still a product. I don't see them. I don't see them marketing it anymore. But I mean, it was legit. Okay. Hey, listen. Thanks, James. I appreciate the call. I assume that was LeBron James. Ooh. Disguising his voice. You might recall a while back. It was probably a couple of years ago, maybe, that Poundcake was telling a story about when he was in a club and he met a guy named Mihol. And was he a white guy?
Yeah.
Could he have been Irish?
He was from like Sweden or Belgium or something. One of those European countries. I don't remember.
So Mihol was probably that version of Michael.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. Colbert was doing some St. Paddy's Day stories last night, and he was mentioning some diplomat from Ireland whose name was Mihol.
I'm friends with him on Facebook still.
Stephen Colbert?
Now, Mihol. So I'm going to see where he's from.
Yeah.
In the afternoon, Biden held a virtual meeting with Irish Taoiseach and man whose hair was driven out along with Ireland's snakes, Mihol Martin. Now, his name kind of looks like Michael, but it's pronounced Mihol. It's just one of those weird Irish things, like how Scene is pronounced Sean, and Siobhan is pronounced Siobhan, and soda bread is considered food.
Yep, Mihol.
He's Polish.
Polish. Okay, yeah. Well, but it probably is. It's probably Michael, right?
Yeah, it's spelled Michal, and he's from.
Oh, then yeah, Michael.
Warsaw, Poland.
Okay. See, that makes sense. Visually knowing what it's spelled like.
This was the same dude that came into my apartment. He was like, "What are you, a minimalist?" I'm like, "You know what? I can't even be mean to you because then."
And what a Swedish thing to say, by the way.
He's Polish.
Yeah, I know, but you said you thought at first he was Swedish. I mean, mijo, if you're speaking Spanish,
that's what I thought it was this whole time.
Yeah, like a nickname, like hey, mijo. Yeah.
He was the only dude I didn't mind him being uncut.
Now, why was he the guy you didn't mind being uncut? Everyone else, Sharpay downstairs, you backed off. This guy didn't mind so much.
Because he had a really large member, and I didn't really see the foreskin too much. That's why. It didn't matter as much. It wasn't.
There you have your answer. Are you happy now?
Yes. I mean,
it didn't matter as much. Okay. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always get us there. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, hate the show. Just wanted to say, I thought you guys were professionals, and here Bill is coming in 8 to 10 beers deep. I mean, Mary gets a pass, but Alan and Cody, you guys should have been right there with him. Come on. You guys need to step it up.
That's a little bit of a twist there. I thought he was going to give Bill a hard time.
too.
I can't legally be drunk when I'm operating this equipment, by the way.
We could have brought somebody in to operate the board.
Right.
Have me over there like, what button does it? What button does it?
What other job do you show up drunk and nobody cares, right? I can't be back here drunk. Most people can't go to work drunk.
Poundcake was just making excuses.
Poundcake was, that's right. Might not seem like it. This is a job. This is work. But
we are
yeah,
clocked in.
Poundcake, and that's what I said on earlier in the week. I was like, I assumed that Poundcake and Bill would be drinking. You and I would not.
Right.
Me for legal reasons. You for
legal reasons.
What I assume are moral reasons.
To avoid legal reasons.
Honestly, I'd let you stay out of prison. So
to avoid legal ramifications. But yeah, Poundcake probably should have had a couple. I never even had a shot during the show yesterday, and I had planned
you
on
some of that wheat penny too, like I have. I got a bottle.
Yeah, but I didn't have any yesterday. Like at the top of the show, I was like, "Well, I'll probably have a shot."
A little bit.
Never did. Never got around to it.
I put a pretty good dent in this, considering I was also.
Did you start that bottle yesterday?
I started the bottle yesterday.
Wow, look at you. Well done.
During the show.
Who makes that?
Cleveland whiskey.
Jesus.
April 2nd, the Get Down comes off of hiatus.
Yes. Very excited about that. My girlfriend loves the Get Down, and she has missed Get Down Fridays because Friday's one of her busiest days at work. So hearing the Get Down is one of those things that, even though it was, it's the start of the weekend for most people, she's working. But she just would love to hear the Get Down.
You don't do the Get Down in bed for her?
I mean,
you don't do personalized Get Downs?
Get Downs, yeah.
Ew, have you really? Have you really?
He puts his hand on the top of her head for the Get Down, and then applies about 20 foot-pounds of pressure.
And then she
Galugga, galugga, galugga is what happens. So yeah, he's mentioned that he does at-home Get Downs.
No, I do them on my Cameo too.
I know that.
Or whatever that app is that we're not supposed to mention.
Cameo? Yeah, we're all on Cameo. Yeah. We're not supposed to mention that we're on Cameo, but turns out we're all on Cameo.
Brand new to it.
Are you on Cameo?
I've done 2.
Ooh, I'm on Cameo. Bill's on Cameo. Yeah. All right, well, listen. All right. It's a little. It's a little something to be learned everywhere. Yeah, so I thought that guy was going to chastise Bill. He was actually chastising us.
Yeah,
he was using professional as a pejorative.
Yep.
He was castigating us for being professionals. You imagine that.
Well,
on St. Patrick's Day.
Usually on St. Patrick's Day. In the past, we would all get paid to drink on St.
Yeah, we wouldn't even be on the air.
Yeah.
In years past.
Really?
Yeah, because we would do the RMG ACS bar crawl.
Oh, yeah.
And so we wouldn't be, I think they would be on the air because they're on in the morning, but we wouldn't be on the air.
Yeah, they'd come and meet up with us, and then we'd go out and just paint the town red. Those were some fun times.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Got some good stories over the years from those things, and then we started doing the 5K thing, which was fun too.
Yeah, that was one of the last. That was like the last event we did in 2020.
We did it March 6th.
Was the
and
5K
everything
event.
shut down the next week.
Yeah.
That was the last time I got high until October of last year.
Yeah!
Because I was like, and not even on purpose, I just didn't want to be high alone in my house.
Not on purpose.
Well, yeah. I wasn't
You accidentally got high? Like
no,
a
I got
contact high
on purpose.
Ah.
I didn't quit on purpose.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I was nice and toasty that day.
Smoke weed every day.
Well, that's good.
Not during the run, which a lot of people have suggested. When I was like posting last week about how I started running, a lot of people were like, you should smoke weed before a run. It helps tremendously. Like, I guess to zone out and just kind of keep going. But
it probably doesn't help your lung capacity.
That's why I was like,
yeah.
But I think it's the mental part of it where you can kind of just
Probably.
get into the zone.
Probably.
But
I wouldn't recommend anybody smoke anything, though, before they go running.
Or just be high, I
Maybe
guess.
an edible.
Yeah. But that doesn't end with the run, though. Then you're still high for like 2.5 hours, you know?
Right, but you forget how long you've been running.
I guess that's true.
So you run, you go, how long did I do? And your Apple Watch goes, 25 miles. Where am I?
What the heck?
I don't know where. I need an Uber to get me back home.
Oh, man.
I've got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. If you want to watch, you can. Go to alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
the telephone ring. I'm hiding from the mailman, but I hate to hear the telephone. Worried about the women, worried about everything. Worry when I see my subjects bow down to Warrior King.
Here's a letter from Kathy. The song makes me think about Poundcake. Kathy sent me a thing and she said, let Poundcake know there's a Dutch word, astomagudis, which means an anxious or easily worried person. If you start working astomagudis into conversations,
astomagudis,
that
it means much worries for the rest of your days.
That, it might give you a little steam in your stride. Something to think about. Astomagudis.
Astomagudis?
Astomagudis.
Astomagudis.
And then people will go, what? And you'll go, it's a Dutch word. And then, it checks a couple of boxes.
Astomagudis.
Astomagudis.
I'm like, ooh, you talking dirty to me. Like, no, bruh. I just want you to get the help you need.
That's right. Get all up in this astomagudis. So, there you go. All this talk about Sharon Osbourne and whatever's going on with her. I neglected to mention yesterday that if you are a Black Sabbath fan, they are reissuing some stuff. Geezer Butler's been doing some PR for this. These guys, Ozzy Osbourne came through for the MMS 50th anniversary show about 2.5 years ago. And, of course, they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and they've released deluxe editions of a lot of their early 70s stuff. Volume 4 was the first album that they produced themselves, first one they recorded outside of England. They're reissuing some of the stuff when Ronnie James Dio replaced Ozzy for a little while. They're releasing some of the lesser-known Michael Bolton Black Sabbath stuff. So, if you're a Sabbath fan, look for that. I saw that they're also dropping all 4 Indiana Jones movies on 4K HD Blu-ray.
Related or unrelated to the Black Sabbath stuff?
Unrelated. Well, I assume unrelated.
There's some crossover there.
I'm thinking, you guys can stop with the first 3.
Yeah,
I don't need
the fourth one.
I don't need to see that last one any clearer than it was.
Or ever again. It's
Shia
so bad.
LaBeouf,
It's
and
so
I really like Cate Blanchett. But wow, she couldn't do that whole thing herself.
I've never seen any of those.
You've never seen Raiders of the Lost Ark?
No, Indiana Jones.
Raiders of the Lost Ark, Temple of Doom, which was one of the first PG-13 movies, and a lot of parents at the time were freaking out because it was super dark. They were pulling hearts out of people's bodies, and then they did The Last Crusade, where Sean Connery was his father.
Really enjoyed that one.
Even though I think they were 8 years apart in real life.
Yeah.
And then Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was the one where they brought Indiana Jones back, and this is already 15 years ago, maybe?
Probably about 10 or 12, yeah.
Okay. And Cate Blanchett was the Nazi, the bad guy, and Shia LaBeouf was like his kid or something, and man, it was
not good.
Not good. 40th anniversary of Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think, is next year, so they're dropping all 4 of those. And he's coming back to do another one.
Cool. We don't need it.
Indiana
we
Jones.
Don't need it.
Indiana Jones and the plane that won't stay airborne. Featuring, so yeah, they're dropping a whole box set. 4K, Ultra HD, Dolby for people who have a setup that can support that.
Indiana Jones and the questionable earring.
Boy, he's really stuck with that earring.
He's really stuck with the earring.
I was watching
all in on it.
I was like watching a supercut of Harrison Ford being great on talk shows. Kind of poking fun at his own kind of scowly image. And they did this bit on Conan years ago where Chewbacca stands up in the audience. And Harrison Ford's like, how dare you show your face here? And
that's a funny one.
He had sex with his wife or something like that. But yeah, he's really stuck with that earring. And it certainly, a little tiny hoop earring would seem to run counter to Harrison Ford's like super tough guy image. But he's had it for so long that you don't even really think about it anymore.
Soft side.
So there's an episode, I've been going through The Big Bang Theory, and there's an episode where Sheldon shows Indiana Jones, the Raiders of the Lost Ark, to his girlfriend, and she's not impressed by it, and she also ruins the movie for him because she points out that he really has no point of, like, he doesn't change the story in any way.
Who doesn't?
Indiana Jones.
Doesn't change the story.
The Nazis still would have gone to the island. They would have opened the Ark. They would have died.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do anything to stop them.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do anything. He didn't put the lid back on. The lid goes back on by itself. So he's really he's just there for the ride.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah.
He doesn't change the story at all. Wow. Yeah, all he did was get caught, tied up, fell into a pit of snakes,
and then they
captured.
Point out the other things, like, well, they wouldn't have had the medallion in the first place. Like, no, they would have got the medallion. The only reason they were digging in the wrong spot is because he had the medallion. Like, he really doesn't need to be in that movie.
Well, that's why his name wasn't in it.
Yeah.
See, they were smart. They called the first one Raiders of the Lost Ark, and he could have been one of the Raiders were technically the Nazis.
Yeah.
They couldn't call the movie
Nazis
Sand Nazis, Desert Nazis. They couldn't call it that. Nobody would go see that. And they had to save that for Schindler's List. So all the subsequent ones, Indiana Jones and the.
Mm-hmm. He plays more of a role in the following movies?
Well, yeah, because it's like, you know.
I mean, he does a lot of cool things in that movie, but really the outcome of the movie is unaffected by Indiana Jones. And it's a very funny thing that they pointed out, because there's the whole episode, they're just like, man, he really didn't have anything to
Now anytime you rewatch it, you're going to go, wow, he didn't do anything in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
What's the bullwhip for?
He put his life on the line a bunch of times for no reason.
For no reason at all. And that he was an adventurer, though.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else was secondary. Well, I mean, the first, you never know that you're going to have a movie franchise. They don't know they're going to have a hit on their hands. So you call it Raiders of the Lost Ark. If it flops, you're one and done. If it does well, then you bring it back. Same thing with the Rambo movies. First one was called First Blood.
Yep.
It's adaptation of a book. Character Rambo, right? Thing becomes a big hit. Second movie's called Rambo. Then the next one's called Rambo.
Rambo 2.
They put
And your favorite
Rambo. Second Blood. Oh God, my favorite Rambo is the gory Rambo. No, listen, First Blood is still the superior.
It's the best one.
Rambo film. It really is, because they didn't know what they had on their hands, and then they just went full tilt boogie on all the other stuff that they were doing with that character. But by the time you get to him shooting people in the face at point blank range, you're like,
with a Gatling gun.
I feel like you've gotten away from the source material just a little bit, but that's okay. I mean, it would be like if Indiana Jones in the subsequent movies was just bullwhipping people to death that he met.
Their head falls off when he hits them with it.
He swings it, wraps the tip of the bullwhip around their neck, and then pulls it, and their head pops off.
Yeah.
They weren't they weren't doing that. So, well, now I'm going to have to rewatch Raiders of the Lost Ark to see if I can
find a way for him
to narratively make sense.
Yeah.
Sure. Because what that means is they did a bunch of sequels off a guy who had no point being in the first movie.
He's important in the sequels, though. He does a lot.
That's true.
And, I mean, what's it called? He does so much in Temple of Doom.
Temple
that
of
movie
Doom
is all over the place. But it's I didn't like that one when I was a kid, but I think it's just because I was scared. But as an adult, I actually really enjoy that one because it's so ridiculous.
I like Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
And they go over a cliff in an inflatable raft, and, you know.
They jump out of a plane.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Inflatable raft, yeah.
Is that the one where the big rock chases them?
That's the first one.
Oh,
beginning of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Short Round is the kid. He was one of the Goonies.
Call him Dr. Jones' doll.
There you go. And Kate Capshaw, who would go on to be Spielberg's wife.
And then
Foxy in that movie.
Last Crusade that's the first one that I saw in theaters, and so that will always probably be my favorite for that reason, because it was so fun seeing that in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 9-year-old. 8-year-old, 7 maybe.
7 years old.
They got 7, yeah, because it came out in '89. That was a great
My birthday.
That was a great summer for movies. I think like Batman came out that summer.
Batman came out on my birthday.
Ooh.
My 18th birthday. And I had I bought a lot of movie posters as a kid. Because I was very cool and popular. But I loved movie posters. And the advance lobby card for the Michael Keaton Batman movie just had the Batman logo, and at the bottom it said June 23rd. And it came out like a year prior. And I loved Batman. I was a big fan of my birthday. And so I said, wow, they got chocolate in my peanut butter. And I went and bought this thing. I've still got it somewhere in the basement.
How do you feel about Michael Keaton?
Love Michael Keaton. He's going to be Batman in the Flash movie.
Yes.
And I couldn't care less about the Flash. I think that Ezra Miller's creepy. I don't like him in anything. But he was in The Stand. It's super creepy. In real life, he's apparently super creepy. I mean, that guy, he's really dodged the raindrops, too, when it comes to Me Too, reportedly. But Michael Keaton,
I love him.
Because now he's been the Vulture. Mm-hmm. He's been a bunch of other things.
Birdman.
I'll watch Michael Keaton do anything.
Was it Frequency? Multiplicity.
Yep.
He had a weird run in the 90s.
He was a sergeant in Other Guys. You guys are
Yes.
missing all his best roles.
Yes.
Beetlejuice.
He did a movie.
Oh, Beetlejuice
I mean,
was
those are
fantastic,
classics. Yeah. But I mean, I'm thinking of the stranger ones. He did a movie called White Noise. Did you ever see White Noise?
That's what I was thinking of. Frequency was Dennis Quaid.
Yeah, you're right.
White Noise is the one where he's talking to his dead mom or something.
White Noise was when they were trying to make the phenomenon of EVP happen, right? Electronic voice phenomena.
That.
They've created countless cable television shows. Ghost Hunters. All these shows are based on like, bro, did you catch that? Like supposedly getting ghost voices on tape. And they did this movie with Michael Keaton where his wife dies, and he's swears that he's got her voice on a tape somewhere. He's like an architect, and she dies, and then somebody says, I have your wife on tape. And it was a kind of a cool premise, but it was not good.
No, I think Birdman was his foray back into like the mainstream.
That was kind of his
fell
comeback.
off for a little bit, yeah.
But also Michael Keaton's a guy, like, again, that White Noise movie, didn't like it, but it made almost $100 million. So people went to go see it because they're like, oh, Michael Keaton, great.
Was that around the same time as like Paranormal Activity and stuff, when everybody was into that kind of genre?
I think it was before
probably around
that.
there.
Yeah.
I think it was before that, though.
Maybe a couple of years. It might have predated that by a couple of years, but you're right. The whole genre.
This popular genre, this six-letter genre, this genre.
So, Michael Keaton.
2005.
Awesome. There you go. And he was in, what else? What else am I thinking of that he was real good in? Oh, in Out of Sight. He's the cop.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
And
he plays the same guy in 2 movies.
That and Jackie Brown.
Yep.
I love Jackie Brown.
Great movie. He's Ray Nicolette.
Yeah.
In the same guy, 2 different movies, plays the same character.
He's so hot.
Michael Keaton.
I love Michael Keaton.
Like, if you ever read, he's from Pittsburgh. I ran into him like one time many, many years ago when I lived there. Couldn't be nicer.
Yeah.
He was in town for some charity thing, right? A lot of celebrities from Pittsburgh, half of them are way into it. Goldblum, Keaton. Other ones, Dennis Miller, doesn't want anybody knowing he's from there.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he's the only one with the accent. Yeah. And I think it makes him nervous. But, Pacific Heights is a good Michael Keaton movie. But Michael Keaton is, he's a guy who lives in Montana or something. He lives in a house in Montana, got divorced in the 70s, never remarried. I think his wife died or something. I don't know. And never got remarried.
Did he divorce her before or after she died?
They divorced, and I think she died years later. They didn't.
Oh, man.
Their marriage didn't end because of her death. She died, and then he divorced her.
You answered it and then realized what I was doing.
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. But he was also in when they rebooted RoboCop. Wasn't he the bad guy?
I think he was the bad guy in that, but he was also in a Fantastic Kids movie that was not very... It was just so heavy, Jack Frost, where he dies and becomes a snowman.
Right.
And that's how he can spend like one last winter with his son.
That's right.
As a snowman.
But they tried to make
Jack Frost.
Yeah.
I do like when
I forgot about that movie. There's that one,
It's
and
weird.
then there's that Jack Frost, and then there's a killer Jack
There's
Frost.
a horror movie, Jack Frost.
Yeah.
Who's that guy?
Don't know.
I think that was just like a B
And
movie.
then there was like there's a whole subline or subplot with antifreeze, and it made me so freaked out when my mom would like put antifreeze in the car because of that movie.
A notorious serial killer is being driven to his execution, and the truck carrying him encounters a bizarre accident that transforms him into a mutant snowman.
Yeah.
And I remember that being I remember the Michael Keaton. I think the Michael Keaton Jack Frost was like on the shelves when I was working at Blockbuster. I think
they came out around the
They
same time.
did.
Did they?
Yeah.
They did. I honestly think we might have meant to rent the Michael Keaton one and accidentally
wrong
got
one.
the horror one.
Yeah.
Who played the bad one?
The bad was 1997. The other, the Michael Keaton one was 1998.
Oh well, that was long after I was a Blockbuster, so I must be thinking about something else. But yeah, Jack Frost, Michael. But I do like when they try to make Michael Keaton the bad guy because he's good in that.
I think he's a good bad guy. He's menacing, but he's also likable, and I think that makes a good bad guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's great in the Spider-Man movie as the bad guy. Because he's just a guy trying to provide for his family.
There you go.
He ain't hurting anybody, really.
Nope.
He's selling weapons that hurt other people, but he really doesn't want to have to hurt anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, didn't want to.
It's really Tony Stark's fault.
But they also made him the bad guy in this like racing movie where they try to make Aaron Paul
Need for Speed.
Is that what it was?
Yep.
Oh god, so funny. You have to race for me or I'll kill your family. Whatever the premise was for that.
Is that happening? Like, if you're good at driving, are there a lot of situations where they're like, all right, yes, you're a good driver, and I have to drive for me, or we're going to kill your family, or you owe this debt to us?
That seems to be the premise of all those movies.
Yeah.
Baby Driver, Fast and the Furious,
Need for Speed,
and all these. Yeah, they're like, hey, you're really good in behind the wheel of a car. Can you do that for us, or we'll kill people around you? How about that?
How about these guys stop doing something that's so conspicuous?
Mm-hmm.
You have these cars that are going way too fast down the highway, and they're just a target for police officers. Why not put a minivan and fill that with, put some kids in there, and no cop's going to think like that's the one with the drugs in it.
Get a minivan full of kids who are decoys, and you don't even need an accomplished wheelman who's
Right.
untight. You can get somebody driving the speed limit, using their turn signals, obeying the rules of the road.
Not texting and driving.
Poundcake would be the quintessential criminal.
No, because I'm a snitch.
Huh?
No, because I'm a snitch.
But if they were going to murder your family, that's the
You
premise of
wouldn't
these
snitch.
movies. Yeah, they're like, we're going to murder your mom and your brother.
I would
But he's
make
not
sure
a cool enough customer that if he got questioned. Same with like Mary, because you said if you even try and lie, you start sweating.
I can't lie. I'm so bad at it. We were just talking about that, and I was like,
I don't remember.
Oh, about the vaccine.
About the vaccine.
Trying to get the vaccine. You were like, drive to Lima and just say you have it. I'm like, I can't, dude. If they asked me one question, I'd be like, I didn't do it. I'm not 50. I can't be here. Like,
That's good though.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing, but
if
I'm
you know
not-
you can't lie, you shouldn't. Some people are great liars.
No.
If you know that you're not good, don't do it.
I used to lie a lot.
Stay
as a
off
little
the road
kid.
for the rest of us.
Yeah, I used to lie all the time, and
Me too.
Like, and it was when I was young. I probably broke that habit in probably like high school, to be honest with you, when I was like, I'm done with this. I can't keep this up. I don't know who
So
I
much
told
to
what to.
keep
Like,
straight.
I
Yeah,
lied about
dude.
myself to make myself more interesting. There was a phase where I thought I was, well, I didn't think I was, but I told everyone I was Puerto Rican because I was so sick of people
Yeah,
saying,
and it's little lies like that where it's like you never needed to do that.
for show
you
and
know?
tell. For show and tell, I printed out a picture of a tiger and said that it was like my family's tiger that we sponsored. I just wanted kids to like
tiger.
me.
Yes.
I just wanted kids to like
Your
me.
own neighbor stole your dog, but you guys had a tiger.
And like, looking back on it, I'm sure the teachers knew I was lying, but like, I just wanted kids to like me. I just didn't want to get my corduroys like
Well, and you were also lying about who you were too, so that's not easy.
living a lie for however many years. It was eating me alive.
Yeah, I started lying as a kid, and it went for a long time because so many things in my house were like frowned upon.
Yeah.
And I was like, but I want to do some things.
Yeah.
And so you just lie about it.
Oh yeah.
Because you don't want to get in trouble, or you just
Yeah.
don't want to hassle with it.
I had like two lives. I had like the school life, and then I had home church life. And so you had to like keep those worlds separate so people didn't know that you were using swear words.
You know
If
what?
independent Bill meets church Bill,
Right.
worlds will collide.
Now that I think that the reason why I lied so much as a kid is because I was always lying about my living situation because we lived in horror
Oh my
house.
God, Mary, you and I are literally like, I really think that we are probably from the same family.
Dude, I'm telling you. So, like, because I was always making up
There
lies.
goes lying again.
Right, making up lies about why people couldn't come over or whatever it was, and I think
you
I just
were embarrassed.
Yeah, and so I just kept lying about everything. So it's just like, screw it, I'll create a whole new life. I'll tell you whatever I want. You know.
I loved, like, when I finally got a car and I was able to drive myself to school. Like, that was the dream because I never had to lie. Like, I would walk further than my house when I got off the bus because I didn't want people knowing where I lived because I was. No fault of my mom's, like, but I was just embarrassed. We moved from, like, my 4-bedroom house, and then, like, when the housing market crashed, we moved into, like, a duplex. And I just, in my mind, I was like, I don't want to move into a duplex. Duplexes are trashy.
Yeah.
And so the bus would drop me off right in front of, like, my duplex, and I would walk further and say someone else, like, oh, that big white house at the end of the street is my house. And they're like, no, it's not. I'm like, yes, it is. They're like, no, that's so-and-so's house, and he's mentally challenged. So I know that's not your
Like,
house.
so am I. I'm the guy.
He's my brother. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
Back door, which is the door that everybody uses.
It's so silly. Alan, in that horror movie, Jack Frost, he rapes someone with his carrot nose.
Yes.
Jesus
It was really
Christ.
messed up.
That's just mean to the vegetables, too. All right. I've got a break. If you want to get a text, 35192. If you want to watch the show, you can do that at AlanCoxShow.com and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
At this very moment, the biggest stars in music are clear. ruin your day. Totally ruins it all. 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to call us up, or 800-348-1007. 35192, send me a text. About 6 or 7 minutes is going to be your next chance to double your stimulus. We started this today. We're going to do it for the next few weeks. About a half a dozen times every weekday. We're going to have $1,400 keywords for you, and somebody will win. So 3:30 and 5:30 on this show are the 2 times that you can win. So that next one here is in about 6 minutes. A couple of points, devotion to accuracy. The Kurt man hit me up. Mm-hmm. He said, Temple of Doom was a prequel. And I forgot about that.
Oh, really?
Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was set before Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Forgot about that. Also, a lot of Kent State grads reminding me that Michael Keaton went to Kent State.
Yes.
And gave the commencement address a few years ago. They gave him an honorary degree, and he spoke to the graduating class.
I've got one more thing to say, and it'll only take me a second. I've got 2 words that I want you all to remember. They're very important. And if I leave you with anything, I'm going to leave you with these 2 words. And those 2 words are, I'm Batman.
Throws up the peace sign and back to the dais. And the kids in the audience left going, was he Batman?
When was he Batman?
Oh, the one before I was born. Oh, right. Okay. That's not Christian Bale.
Clue?
Is that Val Kilmer? Who? Poor Val Kilmer. Jesus, this guy. He's got like throat cancer or something?
Yeah.
He didn't get the Michael Douglas thing, did he? Was that from Chompin'? I don't think, people threw that. We were talking about that yesterday, that people accused Michael Douglas of, on our very compelling HPV segment yesterday, we went down that rabbit hole and mentioned that a lot of people had accused Michael Douglas of getting throat cancer from eating at the Y, as my grandfather used to say. And, of course, I was debunked. But poor Val Kilmer, I think he's got something along those lines, too. He's got that Roger Ebert, you'll recall, had something where they had to remove part of his jaw. And so the last few years of his life, he would have the lower part of his face wrapped because he didn't want people to see it. And Val Kilmer's got something like that, too, where I think they took part of his throat or I don't know, something. But he's always got like this bulky scarf on, can barely speak.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
I know people make fun of how big his head is.
They make fun of how big Val Kilmer's head is?
Compared to what he used to be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right? That's like a thing I've seen on multiple
memes. His head is big? Oh, I don't know that I've noticed that.
Him and John Travolta, that they used to have such skinny heads, and now their heads are giant.
They're older.
Right.
Yeah. Do you gain weight in your head? I don't. Jesus, I hope not.
That was. You don't really have a lot of room to go, huh?
No. I can't. My face can't get any bigger.
Guys.
Oh. No, but Val Kilmer was a good-looking dude, too.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he even before all this mishigas with his neck, he had put some weight on, whatever. But you go back in the day where he was like in Tombstone and Batman and,
The Saint.
Top Gun.
Yeah.
The Saint.
The Saint, yeah.
Wow. That is a deep dive. The Saint.
The Ghost in the Darkness. Wasn't he in that?
With?
Michael Douglas. Maybe they got it at the same time.
Oh, God. Maybe.
They went that on the same lion.
Oh, no. Oh, I hope that's not the case. That would be awful. Keaton was the best Batman. Clooney was the best Bruce Wayne. I'm checking both boxes for Keaton. I just am. With all due respect to Christian Bale, even Val Kilmer was pretty good.
Yeah.
But I'm a Michael Keaton guy.
I would say Keaton. He was probably my favorite Batman, but I think the movies are also wildly different, that you're getting different kinds of performances. I actually really like Ben Affleck. I think he's really good as Batman and Bruce Wayne.
Did you get up early to watch Justice League?
I set my alarm.
Did you carve out 4.5 hours to watch Justice League?
So I went to bed pretty early last night, so I was like, you know what? This thing comes out at 3 a.m., because it came out at midnight Pacific time. So I'm like, I'll set my alarm and I'll watch a little bit of it, because you have to watch it. It's 4 hours, so I'm not going to be able to watch all 4 hours in a row. So I watched an hour this morning, and then I finished it later in the morning after I woke up, and it's a much better movie.
See, I never saw the original one. Yeah.
Is ridiculous.
I never watched the original one. I can't listen. Every movie needs an editor, and you'd think.
Everything is just so drawn out. Like
he must have used all the footage he shot, because then he
slowed it down too, because Zack Snyder loves slow motion. So there's just a lot of slow motion and a lot of music, and he loves the song Hallelujah.
Leonard Cohen.
Yeah. Well, he didn't do the Leonard Cohen version of that song, but that's like the last song that plays over the credits.
That was for his daughter.
And then it's a 4:3 aspect ratio, which is weird.
Okay.
Because he wanted it to be on IMAX, so it was like to preserve the integrity of the director's vision. We're showing this in 4:3, which is fine. It didn't really matter that much, but it's just kind of weird to see that for like a new movie.
Well, I never saw the original one, and so I'm going in cold with this one. And I know that, Jesus, you would think that people won a Supreme Court decision over the Justice League movie was stolen from us, and now it's back. And I'm like, oh my God.
So my suggestion is, it's broken up into like chapters, or like part 1, I think there's 6 of them. So I'd watch one at a time and then like take a break every time one of those, because it doesn't actually like stop. It's one long 4-hour video on HBO Max, but you can break it up better that way and make it like episodic.
I mean, it takes me I don't have that kind of time. It takes me 2 weeks to watch a regular movie.
Yeah.
It's going to take me a month to watch this friggin' thing. So I would like to see it, but I'm still curious why it was 4 hours long. You didn't have to put everything in that you shot.
A lot of exposition, a lot of, given characters, because they didn't have the movies like they did for the Avengers that set up the Flash or set up everything. They didn't have the Aquaman came after Justice League, so all these different movies that came out were after it. So he put a lot of backstory for those guys in it too.
I guess I'm just thinking, these are not brand new characters. They're not. You don't need origin stories. People aren't be like, wait, Aquaman? What's Aquaman? But even without, he's a guy that lives in the water, talks to fish.
But even without them, like, they're not really origin stories. They're just letting you know who they are and giving them more screen time, rather than like in the Joss Whedon one, everything happens so quickly because that movie's under 2 hours long. And everything's just like, here's the bad guy, he's got all the stuff now, and then Superman's back, and now it's over. Hooray!
Yeah, but there's got to be a happy medium between that.
I agree.
And 4 hours.
I think this could have used quite a bit of editing, but at
people
the same
know
time,
who the Flash is. He's fast. Cyborg probably needs a little. If you weren't a Teen Titans fan, you might not be down with Cyborg.
Well, you need Cyborg because he plays into the story a lot for this one. So that one I was actually pretty okay with, because the mother boxes are what created Cyborg.
Boy, yeah. So anyway,
but my guess is you will not make it all the way through this.
I won't?
I don't think you will.
Well, listen, I like Batman.
Yeah.
I think Gal Gadot is foxy.
Mm-hmm. There's quite a bit of her.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't know. I didn't care enough to watch the original Justice League. Now that everybody's saying, this is amazing, blah, blah, I go, okay.
It's not amazing. It's better. It's better than the one.
I would take your word for it over someone else.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so long. So just keep that in mind, and then just, if you know how Zack Snyder makes movies, there's going to be a lot of exposition and a lot of slow motion and a lot of him trying to set the mood.
Because I think he's real hot and cold,
shots,
man.
Yeah.
Watchmen was dynamite, but Sucker Punch blew hard.
Oh, Sucker Punch sucked.
And so I'm like, okay, but there's got to be a happy medium. Mary, your thoughts?
Even like...
Yep.
Man of Steel has so many moments in that I love.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's other parts where the movie, I'm like, can we just get this part over with? Because this is not any... Like, I don't need him to be... I don't know. There's just a lot of weird moments in his movies.
And the guy never met a lens flare he didn't like.
Yeah,
it's all lens. I'm like, okay. Anyway, I've got money to give to people. Okay, next few weeks, you're going to have a bunch of chances every day to double your stimulus. $1,400 right now. Maybe you didn't even get one. You can single your stimulus. But otherwise, another $1,400. So good luck.
The Buzzard has your chance to win $1,400 now.
Double your stimulus. Text the nationwide keyword double to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's double to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Alan, there's too many movies to watch. You just need to start ignoring your kid.
There you go.
I don't want to do that. Movies come and go. And she's pretty entertaining. You know, we're playing, watching. She's all hooked now on, they used to be called Rube Goldberg machines, but I think that reference is so old. I don't even know who that is. I only know that's what they're called. But now they're called chain reactions, where like these teams of like physics nerds will make Rube Goldberg machines, but these extraordinarily intricate, you know, they're like 15 minutes long and there's cups and balls and tracks and things.
Yeah.
She's watching those nonstop.
That's cool.
That and
Those are fun,
Domino's
yeah.
videos, which, listen, it's fun for a little bit, but they get so monotonous watching Domino's. And all I can think is, it took you a month to set that up.
Oh, yeah.
And it's done.
And then
You're
you just
getting
one
it
little
for
flick.
Yeah, you're getting
Yeah.
it for YouTube. And if one thing goes wrong, the whole thing stops.
Now that's what I like to watch. I like to watch the videos of the guys trying to set up the dominoes and then
They knock
knocking
them
it over. Like those domino fail compilations. Those are out there and they're pretty funny.
Yeah.
I was watching this thing, Brian Regan, his video of like the rabbit hole he keeps going down on YouTube is cranes failing. So that's what he gets sucked into. And it's just like, I don't want anyone to get hurt, but it's just fascinating watching these cranes buckle.
Yeah, cranes failing
yeah.
is good. Like the when we would watch the website of that camera fixed on that bridge overpass.
Yeah.
That would peel the trucks. The tops of the trucks would come off like cans.
Oh, those are
And then
good
they
stuff.
raised it so that the trucks wouldn't, and they're still doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They're still peeling the tops off of trucks because they still can't navigate that, I guess. Guy in Atlanta, obviously, the bulk of the news coming out of there is about this guy who killed all those people at the massage parlors. But there's another guy who's really pissed, took it to the local news, that he got his final paycheck from his boss in all pennies.
Huh.
This guy gave his 2 weeks' notice at the auto repair shop that he worked for almost a decade. And I guess his boss is really pissed. And he paid him not only in pennies, but in greasy pennies.
Ooh.
What did he do to make him greasy?
I mean, he works at an auto body shop, so they probably had axle grease or something, and I don't know. He got his final paycheck of $915 in January in pennies.
Details tonight after a worker says his disgruntled boss paid him his final paycheck in pennies. Nearly $1,000 worth of coins dumped in his driveway. Tonight, CBS 46's Jamie Kennedy speaking with the owner of A.O.K. Walker Luxury Auto Shop to get his side of the story.
See, it's a luxury auto shop. That's why the guy had access to so many pennies.
Do banks have that?
A luxury auto shop
No,
in back?
but like if you went into a bank and you're like, I need $1,000 worth of pennies. Does any given bank have that many pennies?
I don't know. I imagine you would probably have to make some kind of appointment to come back and, sir, do you have a vehicle? We're just going to pour them in your car. Or,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Probably $1,000 worth of pennies and a little love note.
Those pennies dumped at Andrea's flat.
The envelope, they blurred it up. The envelope on top of the penny says F you. Just because the guy gave 2 weeks' notice.
Petty. House in the middle of the night as a form of payment for his final check from A.O.K. Walker Luxury Auto Shop.
How did this Australian dude end up on local television in Atlanta?
Who knows?
To him, they're also
Must have taken an airplane.
covered in oil.
They're covered in something. Don't know what it is, but it smells funny.
Andreas says he left the auto shop because of a toxic work environment. The man behind the
Yeah, all
stunt.
those oil fumes.
Well, it sounds like he was wrong. It sounds like this guy just likes to have a good time.
Yeah.
Just a cool boss that likes to play some pranks.
Yeah, pinch on the butt, maybe.
Andreas is the auto shop owner, Miles Walker, and it seems like he's not the only one who left because of working conditions.
And while working for him, he was my manager, and pardon my language, but he said, "You think you have a bigger dick than any of the boys? Well, we're going to prove that right now," and decided to de-pants me in the lobby.
Now listen.
Oh boy.
Did she get any greasy pennies?
No, she's going to get a greasy lawsuit.
Oh.
And thought it was funny.
The other employees I spoke with say they too experienced a toxic environment.
And ripping up people's paychecks, their last check, in front of their face and tell them, get out of here.
I spoke with Walker in person about the pennies and recorded the conversation.
May I ask you at all about the pennies? Do you know anything about that?
I know tons about it. What's wrong with it?
So you did drop the pennies over at that person's house?
I don't know if I did that or not. I don't really remember. It
don't
doesn't
know if
matter.
you did it or not?
He goes, yeah, I know a lot about it. Did you drop him at his house? I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't know that. I know a lot of other stuff. Ask me anything else.
He got paid. That's all that matters. He's a f***ing weenie for even bringing it up.
It seemed like too much of
A weenie. That guy's an effing weenie for bringing it up. He got paid.
stretch to ask for a penny for his thoughts.
Why is he a weenie for bringing it up?
Because he is, and because you guys give him a platform. I just told you exactly what I had to say. You guys are what's wrong with the world. Get the f*** off my phone.
You guys are what's wrong with the world.
Everybody
Local
else is
news.
the problem.
Yeah, that's right. You guys are what's wrong with the
It's
world.
all your fault.
I gave this guy, he got paid, I gave him pennies. 500 pounds of pennies.
Okay. Jamie Kennedy, CBS 46 News.
Oh, boy. That's where Sharon Reed used to be, by the way. I don't know if she's there anymore. Remember that hot Sharon Reed? She did this show many, many years ago and never came back. But she was on the air here for many years, got naked, I think, along the way to get some eyeballs over at Channel 19. And then she went to St. Louis, went to Atlanta. I don't know what her deal is now. But that was a station she was at for a while. I don't know if she was ever paid in greasy pennies. I had never heard that she was. But this guy, you gotta love a guy who goes, hey, listen, you guys are the problem. Did I pay him in greasy pennies? I don't remember.
Paid. What's the deal?
He got paid.
I like the penny.
What
for
do you
his
want me to
thoughts.
say?
I like the penny for his thoughts.
A penny for his thoughts.
Seemed difficult to get a penny for his thoughts.
On the one hand, I'm not surprised it was in there. On the other hand, if they hadn't worked it in, I would have been a little bit disappointed.
Come on.
At least get one in there.
Now, what's a penny in? Do they have pennies in Australia, Mary?
Well, I don't know. We got a lot of change, a lot of different types of change, a lot of coins. Loonies and toonies, that's Canada, so it wouldn't make sense for me to say that. We got paper money. And
Oh, you got paper money. Very
paper
cool.
money, lots of different types of tender. Usually you can use a Visa card if you have a MasterCard or Amex.
Amex? Yeah,
Amex.
that's right. Yeah, the Australian penny was a coin for many years in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, Commonwealth.
It was Commonwealth. It had
was,
been distributed.
everybody had the wealth. It was a lot of pennies.
That's right.
It wasn't 1,000 pennies, but it was a lot of pennies.
A silver kangaroo.
Yeah, right on there. Our pennies weren't made of copper. They were made of silver because that's what kangaroos eat.
They dug them right out of the mines, didn't they? They dug those pennies. Now, kids, if you go to a zoo and see a kangaroo, don't try to feed them a penny. Auntie Mary's kidding.
Aussie
Mare is kidding.
Aussie Mare doesn't know a lot about animals, but I am learning. So it's a learning curve. I don't know if kangaroos do eat silver or not, but
They don't.
Oh,
Just
okay.
FYI,
Okay.
they do not.
well, they can't
Yeah.
hop backwards. So
No, that's right. All right, I've got a break. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. And you can text 35192.
is light at the end of the tunnel.
But there's no guarantee that this show won't make you sick. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to text me? AlanCoxShow.com. Get there. Not only can you watch the live show, you can get the brand new Poundcake podcast, which is up there for you. It's called Why Can't We All Just Get Along? And it's Poundcake solo. Is it solo?
Yes, sir.
Solo. Just getting some things off his chest.
Do you have any clips from it that you could play?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
I'm sorry, Bill. I don't have any.
Just like a short one.
Oh,
what, bitch?
That one?
And you see, I went back and listened to it like as quickly as I could in the break, and I was trying to find it, and
it's when you were talking about Sharon Osbourne saying that she was the one being. That if anyone should cry, that's the clip that I played yesterday, was her talking to Cheryl Underwood saying, if anyone should be crying, I should be crying because I'm being put upon and blah, blah, blah.
Did you like my British accent, by the way?
I almost pulled that.
I knew
But we've done the British accent here on the show. We've
what, bitch?
Yeah, that one jumped out at me more. So anyway, you can get that and more in its entirety. Poundcake podcast is up at AlanCoxShow.com. And the most recent episode of the Bill Squire Show is there as well. Those happen live Saturday morning at 11.
Yes, very fun show. I'm having my buddy AJ be my co-host now. And
oh, yeah?
It's been very nice. Yeah,
regularly?
Yep.
Okay.
He's a funny dude, and we get into good conversations, and it's been a good time.
So he's got to be up at Squifle Tower by 10:45.
Yep. And then he goes to work right afterwards.
All right. You listen to the show on iHeartRadio. Tell me where you do that if it's outside Ohio. Amanda listens in Goldsboro, North Carolina. Kevin is one of our bureau chiefs in Miami. Dan is in Chicago. Jeremy listens in Bonita Springs, Florida.
Ooh.
And Doug is one of our bureau chiefs in Milwaukee. One of our Wisconsin bureau chiefs sent me a great story about a house. A woman gets a note on her phone or an alert or something that her house is on fire. This is in Delton, Wisconsin, which is about an hour north of Madison. And if you grew up in Illinois or in Wisconsin, you also know that's where the Wisconsin Dells are. Have you guys ever heard of the Wisconsin Dells?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
It's lakes or something, right? What is it?
Well, it's like a big resorty type area. And so if you grew up in northern Illinois or southern Wisconsin, you would see, I don't know if they can do this anymore, but they would put their bumper stickers on all the parked cars. So you'd come back and be like, I saw the Tommy Bartlett Water Show or whatever it was, you know?
Yeah, I think they have a Kalahari there because I've driven past it a billion times.
Yeah.
Because I would work so much in Wisconsin and Minnesota and stuff like that.
I've never been, but I know that the Wisconsin Dells is where my parents took their honeymoon because they couldn't afford anything. So they went to the Wisconsin Dells.
You know what they were doing there,
They
right?
never took, conceiving me, I assume. They never took us to the Wisconsin Dells. So maybe it was not as exciting as they wanted to.
It's a sexy, romantic place for adults.
The Dells?
Yes.
Duh.
I think there's a place there that serves they have like a restaurant, and they bring your food out to you on a toy train. So the train just goes around the tracks all day, and they'll put your order on it, and then when it gets to you, you grab it.
Yeah.
And that was one of those things like, man, I should stop and do this, but I never did it. And I regret not going and
pull over to get your food off the train.
I want the food train.
Well, yeah, we never went to the Wisconsin Dells, but I grew up seeing those bumper stickers everywhere. So anyway, this woman who lives in Delton gets an alert on her phone that her house is on fire. Ended up causing $250,000 in damage to the home. And what happened was they had on a desk in an office in their home a crystal ball. One of those thick, heavy, decorative crystal balls on a little stand. I feel like we had one when I was a kid for some reason. It wasn't like a big one, but I seem to remember we had some solid glass ball, like on a little stand, right? And it was next to a sofa. And the sunlight, because they had kept their curtains open, you'd think if you have a ball like this on a desk next to a giant window, this would always be in the back of your mind.
Right.
They left the curtains open, and the sunlight, like when you were a kid with a magnifying glass, went through the crystal ball and lit the couch on fire.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And caused $250,000 damage to the house.
There's I don't know if it was like a sitcom or something like that, but they're like, ooh, you have this fancy like sheet over the crystal ball. What's that for? And she's like, to keep my house from burning down because the
exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to come back and So the fire department there in Delton said homeowners should, of course, keep items such as crystals, mirrors, glass ornaments, and even bottles away from direct sunlight. But think about that. Sunlight comes through. Sofa's on fire. You got nice big windows there, big house.
Knowing me, I'd be taking a nap. Like, somebody making bacon?
Bacon. If your couch burning smells like bacon, you haven't had it cleaned in a long, long time. Oh, that's my eating couch. I've spilled a lot on there.
Bacon couch over there.
My bacon couch. Yummy.
That's the breakfast couch.
Some
people have a breakfast nook. I have a breakfast couch.
Mm-hmm.
I do have sheets that are just designated. I'm like, I know that I'm never going to have anybody sleep on these sheets because they just have like food stains on them.
I was going to say, see, he knows. That's why he thought about that, because I guarantee if you burned your sheets, they would smell like all kinds of awful things. Probably not just food, right? Imagine if we took
No, I don't drip, mostly just food.
But if we took a set of Poundcake's sheets, let's say after he spent a week doing, under normal circumstances, he's got people over, he's sitting there with his laptop on his crotch, eating stuff, crumbs, all right, whatever, all the things that you've described doing in the past.
Using them as a napkin.
Right? Yes. Wiping your hands on your sheets. Under normal Poundcake wear and tear circumstances, after about a month, and then you take those sheets off and you burn them.
No.
And you wave the waft in your face, just as a way to kind of try to identify. You know, like a sommelier will pick up notes of things
Look at
in
the legs
wine.
on it, yeah.
There's cherry in this.
I'm picking up notes of chipotle and semen. Does that sound right?
As Mary takes a big gulp.
I ate Chipotle last week.
Joke's on you, though, because I slept on those sheets during like most of quarantine, and I did not get coronavirus.
Why is the joke on me?
I'm just saying, maybe I'm immune because I'm just so disgusting.
Huh. Okay.
How often do you change your sheets?
Like once a month. What, bitch? I don't change.
Once a month?
I have two, and I interchange them. So I don't, sometimes.
How often?
I have 2 sets of sheets.
Okay,
too,
so how often do you change your sheets?
I wash them once a month.
But if you pull one set off, put the other ones on, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to wash those. Do you wash them both at the same time?
No.
Okay, so you pull one off and you wash that one?
Mm-hmm. That's what I do.
But see, and that's the thing though, because sometimes like, even sometimes it might even be on this shirt. I don't know what it is, but like I'll put my shirts in storage, like in my dresser or something like that. And if it stays, if I don't touch it for like more than a month, it starts to smell like wood or like there's.
Yeah, that's normal. That smells like a dresser.
And my clothes smell like that. So like when I'm lazy and I'm like, I don't want to rewash this, or like I'm coming down to my last couple pairs of drawers, I'm like, I don't want people to think that I stink because
No
I'm
one's
like
going to be able to smell the cabinet on you or your dresser.
They can though.
What is that, pine? He's farting and it smells like Douglas fir.
Poop time. Because I'll get the sheet out and it has been in my closet for a month or a little longer.
So
I'm not
change
perfect.
them every 2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not perfect, but I don't. And I'm saying in this particular situation, I'm like, wow, this bed stinks. I was like, what is this? And I'm like, it smells like wood, or it smells like.
Yeah. I mean, wood's not a bad smell.
It doesn't smell delightful. It doesn't smell like something you want to sleep on.
So even if you're having squeaky time, it's still a month before you wash those sheets.
At least, because I can lay in my own filth. Like I'm a disgusting person. It's me.
It's an ability he has. I can lay in my own filth.
I can tolerate my own filth, my own stink. I'm like, no one is here but me. But I do have the courtesy if someone's coming over, I'm like, I'm not going to subject them
switch it out.
to because there's stains on there.
But don't you just want to sleep on like nice, clean
Clean
sheets?
sheet day is the best day.
Oh! Actually, no, that doesn't even excite me anymore because I get an allergic reaction. My skin.
But you get like non-allergen, like Dreft or some non-allergenic detergent. Dreft smells, it's expensive, but it's obviously for babies and stuff, but it smells amazing. I use Dreft all the time because it just smells great.
I like a Tide Plus Sport. Not paid to say that. I just like the way that it smells.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm into that really perfumey smell though. Like anything, like I get the trash bags that have the like Febreze with them. I just like. Again, I think this ties back to childhood where everything smelled bad. So now I'm just like everything needs a scent. Yeah.
I understand.
She's putting candles in her trash can. She's lighting them.
Oh, yeah.
I want it to smell good.
It smells like
There's a fire in my kitchen or something. Alan, I have Crystal Light by my window. Should I move it? It depends on if it's pink lemonade or if it's one of the other flavors.
Regular lemonade.
Regular lemonade. One could be more flammable than the other one. Is it in a pitcher? That's like an old-timey Kool-Aid man clear pitcher.
That'd be country time. It's more old-timey.
You're right. Country time. Yeah.
I had, this is way off topic, you mentioned a glass pitcher like that. The last time I went on vacation, I had sun tea for the first time. I don't know if you guys have ever had that. I know let's say your dad's from the South.
You put a whole bunch of bags in a thing and sit out there.
It was like 20 bags of tea in this big old glass pitcher like that, and then like fruit and stuff.
Put it on your porch.
And you let it sit in the sun all day long.
That's hence the name.
Right. But I had never had it.
Have you guys ever heard of the sun?
You guys heard of this? It cooks things? Did you know you could do this?
Have you ever heard of sun tea?
I had never heard of it before.
Really?
I swear.
I don't think that's a regional thing. It's like, I thought that's everywhere.
I had never heard of it.
Because the sun is everywhere.
You're coming up on an episode of 30 Rock where they have that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, have you done this? You don't have a porch or anything, but you have
No, it was
That's about
It was vacation 2 years ago, 2019 vacation. My friends did it, and I drank like 4 glasses of it, and I was friggin' wired.
See, I don't care for iced tea.
Oh,
I like
love
hot
iced
tea. So, but sun tea,
so good.
Yeah, have a little sippy sip or whatever. But yeah, some people love it.
Man, it was great.
Yeah,
the glass pitcher reminded me of that. That's all.
Well, you put the thing with like the spout in it, right?
It was like, I think it was just whatever our Airbnb had. It was just this big old glass pitcher.
Yeah. And then you fill it with 20 bags of tea
and fruit. The fruit was the kicker.
I've never heard
Berries
of the fruit.
I think we had blueberries, strawberries, and raspberries in it, and it was real good.
It's to infuse it.
Yes.
Okay. So when you do it like an infused liquor.
It reminded me. Well, it did remind me of when we would drink jungle juice out of like the trash cans, and then you'd eat the fruit and get more drunk. You'd eat the strawberries and have another little boost of caffeine.
Oh, I've told the story before. Many, many years ago, we used to do these things. It was a Pepsi promotion. We would do backyard barbecues. We did one here with Kipnis many years ago. When I was on the air in Pittsburgh, it was a live show that we would do from someone's backyard. And the family that won one year was this family. Parts of Pittsburgh are very hilly. Mm-hmm. So you kind of have to do some recon on the yard first. Figure out where you're going to set up. And there was this family I could not believe lived in a house that was not mobile. And they had like the mom and the grandmother. They were telling us how the dog has epilepsy, so be careful, whatever. Couldn't have been nicer, but it was like everywhere you turned, you thought it was going to be like, the hills have eyes or whatever.
Yeah.
And this grandmother walks out of this back room with this giant jar of fruit and goes, "You want some fruit?" And I go, "Yeah." And it's in like rubbing alcohol or something. I mean, it was in pure gasoline.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably
and
just
she
moonshine.
Pulls out a strawberry like the size of your fist, and she gave it to me. I mean, we're having fun or whatever, but I still got a show to do too. And off that strawberry, I was just blotto.
Oh, yeah,
from
dude.
that point on.
Mm-hmm.
I was, and she's sitting there eating all
With a
out of the
fork.
thing with a fork. She gave me like one piece, and I was like, "Oh, that's pretty good." And then it kind of hit you.
Yeah.
So I was like, this lady's, she looked like she was probably 85 going on 200 and, 2 teeth in her head.
Yeah.
But she was clearly used to eating and drinking like that.
My mama loves fruit.
Yes. She's digging out pineapple pieces and
Yeah.
cherries, and I'm just looking at her like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm. That'll get you.
Man.
We would do literal garbage cans full of. You would use a clean garbage can.
You
not
get
like
or you put a liner in
Yeah, you wouldn't like. I'm not saying you take the trash out and then fill it with liquor.
Not like you're going to notice anyway if you do.
Right, to be honest. But yeah,
sterilize it.
it's like it was like the equivalent of like 10 bottles of booze and 2 cases of beer and a bunch of 2 liters of juices and
something
man,
blue.
But those fruit. That's what you start with. Go by, grab a piece of watermelon.
Chuck says he never heard of sun tea until he lived in Arizona.
See, I don't know I don't know. I had never heard of it.
Really?
And we were in South Carolina.
I thought at the very least it was known in the Midwest.
I had never heard of it.
Just because, as I understand it, the sun is so prevalent.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that it's a thing here.
I just didn't know that it wasn't. I didn't know that people hadn't heard it. It used to be like in the Lipton commercials. Whoa, sun tea. And they, you never saw any of those.
No.
Never saw Lipton
or I wasn't
commercials.
paying attention.
Yeah, the only Lipton commercials I remember are the brisk ones where it was like...
That's brisk, baby.
That's brisk, baby. And they're like claymation and weird.
Yes.
Those were the weirdest commercials.
Are you guys too young for the Nestea plunge?
It sounds
They did the
familiar.
Nestea, where they would fall backwards into a pool full of iced tea, I think. Take the
I don't
Nestea
think so.
plunge.
Why would you do that?
Huh?
Why? What was the point of that?
To sell you some tea.
Okay, but does it...
For people to recreate it?
I guess.
Does it give people urinary tract infections?
Maybe.
1978.
Taste of wetness. Take the Nestea plunge.
America's biggest selling instant tea is Nestea, and just 9 cents makes a whole quart.
Don't forget it's the best.
9 cents makes a whole quart. Yeah, they would take a big gulp out of a glass of iced tea, and it was so refreshing that they had no compunction with falling backwards, fully clothed into a pool of water. What was the connection? I don't know. I was 7.
So taste the taste of wetness. Take the Nestea plunge.
But I always thought it would have been fun to shoot one of those commercials because then you just taking a drink. Okay, now take a drink of the tea, Jim, and then just fall backwards into the pool.
Now it's a regular pool, or does it look like tea?
A regular pool.
Okay. So you're not falling into like
a pool
brown
of tea.
water. They're like, this imaging does not translate
No.
the way we thought it was going to.
It's so refreshing, you'll want to fall into a pool of brown water. Delicious. I saw they pinched some 20-year-old dope from Lorraine as part of the Capitol riot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Clifford Mackerel.
Holy mackerel.
For assaulting a police officer, of course. They caught him hitting an officer and grabbing at his gas mask in the Capitol riot. A tipster told the FBI that a man looked like someone named Cliff, who graduated with him from Wellington High School a few years ago.
Hey, Welltown.
See, this is what the FBI, when they were like, hey, if you know any of these dopes.
What year did he graduate?
We need tips, 2018.
Ow. Way past
Public databases and a Facebook search helped piece the rest of the picture together. He was arrested on a bunch of charges there, but they got him on video.
Young.
Allegedly. Well, yeah, young. You know?
Dude.
You got to get in there and show how much blue lives matter by beating up a cop.
That's like my second town. I hate to believe that it's racist.
Wellington is your second town? Where's Wellington? By Oberlin?
It's literally underneath Oberlin. Like, it's my...
Underneath
You
Oberlin.
dig
You mean
through
south of Oberlin?
No. You dig through Oberlin to get to Wellington.
Well, then I can't blame him if he's a mole man. He was just happy to
he
be
doesn't know.
up above ground.
See, he wouldn't know about sun tea because he doesn't know about sun.
He's subterranean all the time.
Straight down 58. Goes straight to Oberlin and Wellington's downtown.
Okay.
Real quick.
Yes.
Speaking of subterranean, 1 year that I've been above ground. Moved. Came up
Mary
on my
used to live
Facebook
in the
memories.
basement of her apartment building. Same apartment building.
Same building.
Bozo's still running the show.
Still running the show.
Hey, how do you like it around the sun?
Oh, you like the air, huh?
You're making a sun tea now. You couldn't make it that before. You never saw the sun. You're making basement tea.
Pretty exciting stuff.
You're falling backwards, fully clothed into a boiler room.
It was.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
I imagine
been a big
your
year.
life has been improved immeasurably.
Yes. That whole natural light thing I'd been hearing about.
It goes a long way, I'll tell you what.
Game changer.
Yeah.
Make some tea.
All right, let me take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on one.
think the Tribe are playing the Cubs this afternoon out in Goodyear. I think it's 1-0 Cubs right now, but you might want to mark April 28th on your calendar if you like watching the Tribe. They're going to be MLB Game of the Week, which they show on YouTube, so you'll be able to see that game, Tribe Twins, on YouTube for free if you don't have Sports Time Ohio. I think they're rebranding that whole thing, too. So Wednesday, April 28th is the Indians-Twins game, and they're going to show it on YouTube for free if you keep track of those things. We will be preempted a bit next Friday. It's going to be another preseason Tribe game here in MMS. We will be here from 2 to 4, and then 4:05 is when they're going to start up against somebody. I forget who they're playing, but that's going to be next Friday. Joe in Philly, what's up?
Yo, what up, guys?
How are you?
So, I'm doing good. You guys, Bill mentioned a restaurant he went to where they served the meals on a little train, and it reminded me of the time I got stuck in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I ended up getting put up in the Chattanooga Choo Choo. And attached to the hotel was a sing and dance restaurant. And I didn't know this thing still existed, A, and B, it was quite possibly the most depressing thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's one of the top destinations in downtown Chattanooga.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess they're hurting for things to do down there, because I'm like, who's working at these places where like, oh, I'm going to make my big break here, serving and singing at the same time.
Well, it's how you keep your chops up, right? I mean,
I guess. So it just, Bill's experience reminded me of that, and I was very delighted to share the story with you guys. So.
The Chattanooga Choo Choo. What song did they sing for you?
I don't know. I feel like it was a Billy Joel song, but this is like 10 years ago now, so I just forget.
We didn't start the fire in the kitchen.
We didn't start your order.
We forgot your entree, so here's some extra drinks. Ah, boy. All right, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, be safe, man.
You too. There's Joe in Philadelphia. The Chattanooga Choo Choo, it is still there. It is more than a hotel, is their line there, right? There's a lot of places like that. Not as many as there used to be, but like where, like, you know, if you were an aspiring actor or something, or a singer, you would just take one of those gigs because you got to have some fun with people. You're still a waiter or a waitress, but you're singing, you're making jokes, whatever. Some people like that
performance.
stuff.
It's just about performance.
It's all about the performance. Come on, you can, you know, now everybody's filming everything, so even the people at your table might be filming you for your sizzle reel. Yeah. Hey, here's me at Ed DeBevick's in 05.
I have some friends that they do pizza tours in New York City. So they're comics at night, but during the day, they like having comics be the hosts or the tour guides because they're funny and they're good at, you know, interacting and crowd work kind of
they're
things.
hosting them.
So they're hosting them.
I
So
see.
they'll be on these buses, like these open air buses, and they'll be like, all right, we're going to go all these different pizza places. I'm going to give you a bunch of facts. You know, some of them are from famous movies, and some of them are just like world renowned, and they do the pizza tour, and they make a lot of money doing it.
Now, do you get to try the pizza, or do they just go past famous places where it's made?
It's a pizza tour, so you're stopping and having a few slices.
They're not just showing
throughout
you.
the day, yeah. But don't fill up because we're going to another place.
Right, and then
you got 8 pizzas. You're like, all right, this is what I'm talking about.
Right, and then you go into a carb coma, and then those guys got to get on stage that night.
And then they don't eat pizza at every stop.
Oh, they don't?
Like 6 pieces of pizza every day.
Well, no, you don't have a whole piece, but like you have, you know.
I mean, I'm sure they have
get a
their
bite of
favorite
somebody's.
places where they go,
Little
I'm going to
nibble?
get some of this here.
Yeah, okay. Didn't you host a double-decker tour thing here?
What did I do?
Or was it?
I did comedy on the back of a truck.
That's what. No, I thought it was like a double-decker bus thing you did.
No,
a few years ago.
And there's the boat thing, the jokes and boats or whatever.
Jokes and boats. Is that what I was thinking
Boats
of?
and jokes.
All right.
I think I headlined one. Did I headline one of those? I think it was the first time my dad saw me. Or Brian did
headlined
it. Someone did.
But it was like me, you, and Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, was there any threat of being thrown overboard if people didn't respond accordingly?
I mean, that's always a threat on a boat.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the implication.
No, but I mean that wasn't. But that wasn't like built into the event.
No, hecklers will be.
If you don't like
deported,
it,
yeah,
okay.
You got to walk the plank.
Yeah. Speaking of the Indians, by the way, Paul Dolan might be kicking the can down the road a little bit further. He goes, we just don't know when we're going to be changing the name. We're probably not going to have it ready for next season. Might be 2023. We're not sure. Our target is 2022, but it's real tough. Listen, whether or not you want them to change the name, and I'm not going to get onto a big thing here, I have to plead utter ignorance on what is so difficult about changing the name and getting it going.
I don't know.
What am I missing about what are the organizational issues that they have to deal with? They're like, it's really complicated.
Board members,
What do
maybe?
I not know? Right, but they've been talking about this for 2 years now. They're putting out press releases going, hey, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Like, everybody knows they're going to do it. So I am genuinely curious as to what is the issue.
My guess is they're just hoping things blow over and they go, we didn't have to do it.
Well,
I know they're going to do it.
They're saying, I think it's more that they're saying they don't have a new name yet. But can that be true? I assume that they're just keeping it under wraps. But maybe they genuinely don't have a name yet.
know.
But if you publicly say we don't have a name yet, then you can just keep kicking that can down the road and you get the PR points for gonna change the name. But who knows? We just can't find a name. He said there aren't many words in the English language that somebody doesn't own in some shape or form.
Oh my God.
Make up a new word.
Yeah, I got one for you. Astimagudis. It's a Dutch word. Somebody who gets very nervous. That's Poundcake's new word.
Poundcake could be on the hat. He could
There
be
you
the mascot.
go. You imagine if Poundcake's face was the new Chief Wahoo, the Chief Woohoo?
I would never shut up. You bitches would never, ever shut me up.
Nor
ever.
should you. If you were the mascot for the Cleveland Astimagudis.
You had your face on a van. I have my face on an arena, on a stadium.
Bitch? Yeah. I don't have my face on a van. What is he talking about?
did.
You had your name on
I didn't have my face on a van.
Okay, your name.
You know that a face and a name are two different things, right?
You had your face on a Jumbotron.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what?
I mean, technically, you had your face on the Jumbotron, too, because when you
did the Monsters games.
Yeah, they showed you up there.
Yeah, they had me up there tapping the back of the mic. Is this thing on? Yeah, they did.
The Cleveland Astimagudis.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Well, I mean, it's a fun word to say. I don't know, but So the official line is they're trying to find a name that somebody doesn't own. He said, particularly in the sports realm, it's a real challenge to find a name that somebody doesn't have. Which has got to be why they're grabbing dumb stuff like municipals and citizens, because they're like, of course nobody has these, because they're awful names.
The Cleveland Steamrollers.
Huh?
The Cleveland Steamrollers.
Steamrollers? I don't get it.
I don't know. I'm just coming up with things.
Wait,
I'm just trying to be productive.
You're just spitballing.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if that had a particular resonance for you.
The Cleveland Railroaders, because
the Railroaders. Okay.
Railroaders.
You said Astimagudis, okay?
Yeah, I did.
That ties into things that we were talking about
Astimagudis.
today.
It's a callback.
Yeah. My buddy's doing some DJ sets on the Canal Fulton train, which I think that's going to be a real fun thing to do. Starting this
Now,
summer.
what is the Canal Fulton train?
It's the train that runs up and down, not Canal Fulton, but like the Ohio Canal or Erie Canal. Is that it?
Oh, I don't know.
Over
That's
there,
why
like right
The one
over
that goes
here.
down into Peninsula?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that called? The something trail. I don't know.
On that
Canal
midnight
Trail,
train
yeah.
to Canal Fulton.
Oh my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
And so they get the place bumping on the rails? Is that what it is? All right.
Drinks and...
So when he says, anybody want to do a rail, he's on a train.
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion.
Quite literal.
Okay. Say what?
I said, I'm scared of trains.
Don't give me that, Mr. Hyperloop hateration. You can't be scared of trains and go as hard.
But not a subway.
Don't even.
There's a difference. Like a subway is underground. Like,
Unbelievable, this guy.
no, a Hyperloop is different. It goes really fast and it's underground. I'm talking about like
So
trains.
that's not as scary.
By the way, the Hyperloop, as I understand it, is not underground. It's
Yeah.
on those concrete struts. It's like on a rail, like above ground, like a train.
But I'm okay. City trains don't scare me. Trains out in the country, it scares me. I watched this episode of Hey Arnold where there was like a haunted train, and it was like a miner that was.
You're basing it off a cartoon,
and
that you watched 20 years ago.
I also went on a haunted train ride when I was a kid, and then there was like a man running in the woods, and so I never wanted to look out the windows, like riding a train into the forest. So that is like my phobia. But city trains I can do.
Was the haunted train you went on at Cedar Point where you go around and they go past that one section where there's little skeletons and stuff?
I don't know. I was young, but it scarred me.
You're easily scarred.
He's an Estamagudis. Hey, Tim. Timmy! What's going on, Tim?
Hey, this is Tim from Worcester. My middle name's also Alan. I hate the show, but it's spelled differently than your name.
Okay.
A-L-L-E-N, not the two A's. Anyways, I was just wondering if you remembered the Bud Gay commercial on Saturday Night Live with Chris Farley.
Schmidt's Gay.
Schmidt's Gay.
Schmidt's Gay,
We
yes.
just talked about it last week.
Yep, the initial live airing of that had Van Halen in it, and I think that they didn't license the music properly or something, so they had to change it.
Yeah, it was. I'd seen it years ago, and when you're talking about pulling back in pools with the tea commercial,
the Nestea Plunge,
that came up to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, wait a minute. Wasn't there a big Saturday Night Live thing that was kind of funny?
If you love beer and you're gay, yeah, it wasn't a deep premise, but people liked it.
Was David Spade in it, or
It's Farley and Sandler? I think Spade might have been in it, maybe a Tim Meadows, but it was primarily Sandler and Farley. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like they open the beer, and all of a sudden their pool turns to have all these gay guys. A guy is in Speedos walking around.
Yep, it's a ratty old house that they're house sitting for the summer, and he pulls the right. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, there you go.
Timmy!
There's Timmy, who's out there, and
I'm sorry, it's trivia on the train. It's the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad.
That's what I.
Yes.
Yeah.
now. So he's hosting trivia.
Yes.
Is it trivia about trains?
Ooh, train
Or is it-
trivia.
Or is it just general interest trivia?
Let's do some trivia. I miss trivia nights. Man,
Trivia's fun. There's trivia tonight at Winchester.
I do. You don't like trivia?
I like trivia. You seemed really, really bummed out about
It was a whole wave of emotions right there, because then he said trivia, and I was like, man, I used to do trivia on Thursdays with my sister and her fiance and our dad. And then I was like, man, I miss my dad. Damn, I miss trivia too.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You know what I mean? So it was a very rapid fire kind of response to that.
What segment will Mary cry?
I'm not going to
during
cry today, I don't
Okay,
think.
good.
I feel pretty good.
I'm not feeling a cry off of you today.
No, I had a bad night, so I'm okay right now.
I might have some trivia for you somewhere.
Just random trivia?
Yeah, I might have
In
some
a folder?
random yeah, I've got a lot of folders.
I see that.
That's my one.
Are none of them labeled?
That one's labeled workout. Yeah, I don't need... where's my trivia? Thought I put it... Oh. No, not that. Not that.
Killing it.
Had it somewhere in there. Shut up, Poundcake. Go across the hall to my studio and see if I've got a stack of trivia there.
Please?
Because I was No, go do it. You putz. Go do it. Go find... Please. Please, guy.
Please.
Get over yourself. No, I thought I had some. Oh, maybe I don't. Sorry.
I think I talked about the one
Because
time.
I hosted a Zoom trivia thing a while ago, and I thought I kept the questions.
A Zoom trivia. I have to host. I'm doing a college gig on the 26th of this month, where I have to host trivia for college kids.
No. That's okay. Thank you. Okay. Still
you
a
can find
putz.
a website that has trivia on it.
I like trivia.
I love trivia.
It makes me feel smart.
It does? Usually makes me feel stupid.
I got a trivia question for you right now.
About trains? I'm ready.
No, it's not about trains. Alan, I don't think you'll know this, but you might. But don't answer if you do.
Okay.
Just keep it to yourself.
Just for me?
Yeah.
Ready.
Who sings the song If You Like Pina Coladas, and what is the song called?
It's called Escape. I know this. This is on my 70s playlist that I listen to. Oh, my God. I'm not going to come up with it. Can I have a clue?
In your bit where you have a lisp, you use the first name as one of the kids, one of your boys' names.
Richard.
And then who else?
Whooput.
That's part of it. That's his first name.
Richard Whooput Akata Bunny. Rupert. It's by Rupert Eddington.
Starts with an H.
Rupert Hushk. Rupert Hornwell.
No, think Sherlock.
Holmes.
Isn't it Rupert Holmes?
Yes, it's Rupert Holmes.
Yep. You got the name of it. That's pretty good.
A New Escape,
us all summer. Like, we'd go to the pool after, work, and we'd just listen to music, and we'd have like a, what's it called? Yacht Rock playlist going. And so that song was playing all summer, and we could not, it took us all summer
remember who it is.
to remember what the song was called and what his name was.
I knew it was called Escape.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Not a lot of people know that,
Rupert Holmes. That's one of those things. And do you guys do this at trivia? Every time I'm at trivia and there's a question like that, I'm like, I'm going to remember that. I'm going to keep that one for next time.
Lock
And then
it
it's
away.
gone.
Yeah.
No, you never do. Never
Last
remember
week,
it.
I learned Monaco is the capital of what country?
Monaco is the capital of...
Trick question. Monaco.
It's its own country.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
What is the capital of Monaco?
Monaco, from what I was told last week.
It's a city and a country?
Yeah.
It's like Australia?
I didn't know that.
Is there an Australia?
No, it's
Australia?
a continent and a country.
Oh, it's like a sovereign city
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
you mean. I see. Okay. No, I would not have gotten that.
So the Vatican is its own country and its own city?
Vatican
Yes.
is yes. Yep. What happens in the Vatican stays in the Vatican.
I think it's moved
Unless
around.
it's a sin, then they got to tell people about it.
That's right. Okay, I've got to take a break. If you, well done, Mary.
Thanks,
you're
man.
1-1. If you want to get us a text, 35192. Next chance for you to grab $1,400, by the way, and double your stimulus. We kick that off today. Your next chance to listen for that keyword and win is coming up around 5:30.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on Cleveland. Here's a comic book movie for you. It's about 4 people whose superpowers are convincing you that they know what they're doing.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to call us up, or 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to text. AlanCoxShow.com. Cavaliers win last night here at home against Boston, 117-110. And so they are hoping to keep that streak alive, that one-game streak. They're off tonight. They'll be still here at home tomorrow night. The Romo Fijo, they will play the San Antonio Spurs at 7:30. So 7 o'clock, we'll get out of here 6:30. 7 o'clock is when the pregame will begin. Cavaliers live. Tomorrow's Friday.
Yes.
Yes, it
Yes, so we'll be out for the weekend. Weekend Cox, keep that in mind. If you are up early on Sunday mornings, of course, you can listen live. But if you are not up early on Sunday mornings, because quite frankly, why would you be? Unless it was under duress. We now have the Week in Cox podcast. So in addition to the daily podcast, you can get the condensed version on the iHeartRadio app as well. The only caveat is the live version is a little bit longer, but the podcast, I mean, let's be real, quicker you can get through it, happier you might be. So that's why we offer the podcast version for you.
Yeah, you just want to recap. You don't have time to listen to all the episodes of the podcast.
Yeah, a little recap.
And a little recap for the week.
I was talking before about that house, that $250,000 worth of damage in Wisconsin because they had a crystal ball on a desk that magnified the incoming sunlight and ignited a couch next to the desk. There's a video going around, too. It's pretty wild if you haven't seen it. A huge explosion in California, Ontario, California, residential neighborhood. A house that apparently had a whole bunch of commercial-grade fireworks in it exploded.
Ooh.
And the people in the house died. But the video is wild because the woman who lives next door is running around after an initial explosion trying to make sure if her family and her pets are okay. And then obviously she's filming because everybody films everything. Of course, these days, I shouldn't say that because these days people are probably doing that for insurance purposes too.
It's easier to prove things.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
And she's got her phone pointed down and you can just see the glass explode in. And imagine you're unknowingly living next door to a house where they're just stockpiling fireworks.
Are you guys okay?
So the first part is the initial explosion through the roof of this house that somebody down the street catches.
Mm-hmm.
So the initial reaction is, oh, there's something you don't see every day. And then the little bit there is the woman right next door, and her whole living room blows in.
That's crazy.
Glass everywhere. And then the third one is just one more. It's like that scene in The Naked Gun where the guy drives the car into the fireworks factory. He's like, nothing to see here. Please disperse, while everything's exploding behind him.
This is insane.
That would be fun, wouldn't it? Hey, turns out we lived right next door. How do you file that claim with your insurance company? Oh, the guy next door, his house was full of commercial-grade fireworks. Oh, good times. Hey, Greg.
I don't know what you think, Alan, but it sounds like those folks had a blast.
Hi-oh!
So I was reading about Mary Santora today. There was I don't know if it was like ultra recent, but there was like a 5-question thing that she did. And one of the things that she brought up was over this time of COVID, she perfected her fillet methods. And being an active imbiber of all things live fire and meat, I would love to get her her down and dirty on how to do the perfect filet mignon.
We were talking about this at the top of the show. Cleveland.com did a Friday 5 thing where they asked Mary like a bunch of questions what her favorite places to eat are.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Greg is trying to corner you. I think this is a trick question.
I do not host a barbecue and grilling related podcast.
Vatican City. Okay, go ahead. You did mention in the thing that you let me bring this up very quickly, and I'll read the quote. Mary Santora on local dining when they ask her in the 5 for Friday.
Very true.
Your favorite dish to make at home? She said, I perfected the filet over the last year or so. That's what screwed you. That word, perfected.
But perfected to me. Not everybody likes their steak made the same way.
Believe me, I ate a lot of overcooked steak to get the recipe and timing just right, but I'd put my steak against any other home chefs.
I will say that. It's good.
That whole paragraph
It's
screwed you
really
with Greg.
good.
And
I'm
so now
telling you.
Greg is lassoing you into... Okay, go ahead. Talk to Greg.
So what I
like to
do
know.
is, so you get the steak, right? You take it home, and first things first, you have to let
That's
it...
where I always fall apart.
You leave it at the store?
I just buy the steak and then go, now what?
You have to get it home first.
You got to put it in with all the sun tea bags
Come
and let it
on.
sit in the sun. How thick?
Just whatever you're feeling that day. Usually maybe 2 inches. Whatever you want. How hungry are you? Depends, you know.
456.
Typically, filet you're ordering by weight, but who cares?
Whatever.
I told you he's painting you into a corner.
I usually
here.
get about a pound of meat. Like this is gonna be.
That's even better.
Let me drop the music bed here so I can just get nice, clean clips.
Thank you so much.
So
they're depending on how the cuts are or whatever. I don't. So I get it home and I let it come. You let it rest to bring it to room temperature. You don't ever want to cook the meat cold. So
Why?
Because it makes it more tough, right?
Are you asking?
Well, that's what I've read and what I've learned is that you have to let the steak come to room temperature in order for it to taste better.
All right.
So I season it.
Greg's passive-aggressive grilling podcast.
That's pretty universal, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I season it as soon as I get it. So I get it and I put just garlic, salt, and pepper on both sides, and I let it sit and kind of press it into the steak so that way it can sit and bring it to room temperature. And then in a cast iron pan, I heat a little bit of oil, and then you heat that up until you...
What kind of oil? Motor oil?
Peanut?
Be specific.
Coconut?
It's a mix of motor and peanut.
Okay.
So if you have a peanut allergy, maybe just go with
Yummy.
motor oil.
That Monut oil is delicious.
But I bring the cast iron, and you know it's hot when you flick water on it, and it like jumps, sizzles, the little beads of water. So that's when you put the fillets into the pan, and then you'll hear a nice little sizzle. It's called a searing. You let it sit for probably about 5 or 6 minutes until you can start to see the brown come up about halfway through. Do not move it. Absolutely do not move the steak around, and you only want to flip it once.
So when you see the brown come up, don't move it.
Well, the steak starts to turn brown. It's red, and then it starts to turn brown.
I understand.
You flip it over one time, and you let it sit, depending on the thickness of the steak. You flip it over one time, and you let it sit for another 5 or 6 minutes, however long it takes, depending on the thickness of the steak.
And however you like it cooked,
And
too.
however you like it cooked. So I like
sounds
mine...
like you like a medium rare to
medium rare at
Are
home.
you using a thermometer at any point?
No.
Alan, beautiful question.
I
Well
am not.
placed.
I'll tell you how I do it to know the medium rare is the trick with your fingers. I don't know if anybody knows this, but if you put your...
I do have a trick with my fingers.
If you put
It's not cooking related.
your thumb and
Where's
your...
the gazebo?
You put your thumb and your pointer finger together, and you press like the meat by your thumb. That's rare. And then your thumb and your middle finger, that's medium rare. Your thumb and your ring finger, that's medium.
So if my fillet likes a light touch,
So no,
how
I'm
long do I want
serious.
to? Okay, listen, I'm learning here.
But
I've smoked a
isn't
lot of.
Alan's hand different from Mary's hand, different from Bill's hand, different from my hand. I mean, the thumb to finger way of cooking and checking temperature is easily the most error-prone way of cooking.
But like you said, you are doing this for yourself.
Yeah, I
You're
have not
cooking
cooked
for
this
you.
for
Right.
anyone else. Well,
Right,
my
for
younger
you.
sister, but she likes it the same way I do.
Yeah.
So no, I don't have a meat thermometer, Mr. Chef.
Why not?
I do.
I mean, I probably do somewhere, but I don't use it. This is how I
You
do
should.
this.
Yeah.
So
you haven't made yourself sick yet, is what
no,
you're saying.
I haven't. So I feel it based on that. When it feels like my finger does on medium rare, that's when I put a couple probably about 2 big tablespoons of butter. I use a butter alternative, but regular butter's fine. And then
What is a butter alternative?
It's made from plants, not cream.
Okay.
So you let the butter melt to like a nice caramely, almost brown color, and you tip it up, and then you spoon the butter over the steak until all the butter's gone. So you just keep spooning it, keep spooning it, keep spooning it.
I don't want any butter on my...
You don't have to. This is how I do it.
Yeah.
Spoon, 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 spoon. And then by the time that butter's done, you want to do that right toward the last couple minutes of you cooking the steak. So I do that for about however long it takes, 2 minutes. And then turn the heat off, and then take the steaks, let them rest on the cutting board for 5 minutes or so. You want to let the steaks rest because that's where all the juices sit. If you cut it too soon, all your juices run out. It's not any good. And then after about 5-7 minutes, I cut the steak.
So prep time to serve to when it's served is what?
45 minutes, maybe?
45 minutes.
At the very most.
Oh.
Greg, your thoughts?
Well, I'm not here to judge.
Okay. That's exactly
that
why
45
we're
minutes
here.
includes getting it to room temperature.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. From the time you get home from the store until the time that you're eating.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like
Yeah.
just prep time to when you're eating, 45 minutes. Okay.
Less than an hour.
Yeah, okay.
So if you have a filet, for instance, in my opinion, filet is easily the most overrated cut. While it is tender, it has zero flavor. There's zero marbling in it. So I would
like a fatty
always
steak.
opt for perhaps more of a New York strip, ribeye if I'm feeling exceptionally gregarious. But you're not getting that piece of meat at 2 inches or 3 inches to any kind of room temperature. If you take a thermometer and plunge it into the middle of that steak, it's going to be 40 degrees or 45 degrees.
You know what I mean.
She keeps Greg, her rooms are very, very cold. 40 degrees is room temperature where she lives.
That's room. Well, the good news is that's also a very safe temperature because you avoid the microbes growing on meat below 40 degrees or below. So that is a good safe temperature. So that's good to know. But you know, I just read it and was just interested to hear, how the perfection looks like in Mary's world. That's all.
So what else is wrong other than the fact that my rooms are too cold?
Nothing.
Greg?
I was, like I said,
He was curious.
Wondering. I was just wondering. I would suggest, of course, a meat thermometer because medium rare and medium well all have specific measurement temperatures, 130, 135. So especially if you're cooking poultry, that's something that you definitely want to check so you're not getting anybody sick.
See, I go too far the other way. Like I have no sense of nuance at all, so I'm religious with my thermometer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
and
I'm like,
there's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
yeah.
The temperatures don't lie, so you know if you are below.
Right.
Now, once you're above, you obviously can't bring it back, but if it's below where you want it, you can always leave it on a little bit longer. The other thing
that's when I break out my blowtorch.
yes, then you sear it. When you were talking about searing and not flipping, I recommend multiple flippings. That's a complete myth. The only flip once thing, it's complete BS. Why not flip it as many times as you can to build that Maillard reaction, which is also more known as the crust to the layman. And you'll have a much better tasting steak that way. Don't fall for, searing locks in the juices. It has been scientifically proven that is completely false. Flip it as many times as you like.
That's why I don't, but when I'm grilling hamburgers, that's why I also don't buy into the whole, don't touch it. I smush it down as far as I possibly can, so it's like the thickness of a fruit roll-up. And then I grill more hamburgers, and I stack them all on top of each other, and then, boy, is that delicious.
That's right. Smash burgers, very popular. You're a pioneer, Alan.
So, Greg, what is the name of your grilling podcast?
I'm not going to do that. I appreciate it, but there's no way I would do that.
Why?
It's BBQCentralShow.com.
Okay. And
come on and be your live fire expert every day. If you
live fire. How would you rate my system 1 to 10?
That's probably what the average person thinks and does.
Okay, fine.
Average perfection.
Now, here's what I will say. I like my steak better than ordering it at restaurants. Like when I go out and order a steak at a restaurant, it does, and it's just because I'm cooking it exactly how I like it, and I understand that. But it just at restaurants, it doesn't taste as flavorful. I feel like
this is the upside. You have to take. There aren't many perks of being a public person, but I've learned one of the few perks I will take as being a public person is I will ask to go to the kitchen and peer over the shoulder of the person making my food.
You're like, how would you like that steak cooked? Medium rare. And can I make it? Am I allowed to?
They never push back. They never got upset with me. They're always very accommodating. And I go, I would really like to stand there and just watch as you do this. And they, come right in. No problem at all.
Last year, I never went to a restaurant for the show and brought my own instant read meat thermometer and said, cook my steak to 135 degrees and then tempt it at the table.
That's what I do.
I never did that.
That's what I do. I said, you know what? This is chicken. Give me a solid 165 and then bring it to me and I'll look at it and then we'll see where we are. All right. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
There you go. There's Greg, who's out in Willoughby. Again, these are all preferences.
He's really grilling me.
But if the guy does a podcast, he's clearly got some thoughts on it.
I get it. And he knows what he's talking about.
He knows what he's talking about, right? And it's just
really good. My sister said the same thing. Yeah. My sister, I made it for her one time. She's like, this is the best steak I've ever had.
I got to tell you, my wife knows way more about that stuff than I do. I'm like a smoking a brisket guy.
Yeah.
I'm okay on the grill, but like cooking stuff on the stove, I'm kind of a dope.
Yeah.
Like all the stuff you described.
Can we have a steak-off between Greg and Mary?
Greg is going to win. He's got more experience. I just learned in the last year. I'm a noob.
Hey, Drunk Sue. Oh, sorry. Hi, Sue. It's Sue's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
Right?
Happy birthday, Sue.
Ta-da. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Alan.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I have to agree with Mary.
What's that?
I'm agreeing with Mary. You ladies can take out for a little while, get into the room temperature. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But here's the trick. I have one of those things called a micro grill.
Like a George Foreman grill?
Yeah, but check this out. It's a microwave.
Oh.
No, check it out. You put it in the thing in the microwave for 2 minutes.
I'm not going to put a $26 steak in the microwave.
Put your steak on there, seasoned like Mary said, room temperature like Mary said. Okay? In 90 seconds, I got it perfectly done.
No way.
Medium rare steak. Perfect.
Yeah, okay.
Every time.
I got you. This is one of those contraptions where you can't go wrong, right? You set it and forget it, and then...
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, if you got them all seasoned up, you set them on a plate. You know, you cover them up with saran or whatever so the dogs don't fucking jump up on the counter and eat them.
I got her.
No, but I'm having a great birthday. Thank you. And then thanks to everybody that wished me happy birthday on the Alan.
Yeah, yeah. How many Four Locos? What did you do yesterday, Sue? How did you go a dozen Four Locos deep for St. Patty's Day?
No, only the normal, a couple.
The normal, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Now today I'm on the third one.
Yeah, because it's your birthday. So your birthday being right after St. Patrick's Day, obviously that happens every year. So you have to...
Well, obviously, Alan, or here's one and one. Unless you're doing the new math, then it might be 3.
Okay. Is there any particular way you'll be celebrating your birthday today? You're 57, yes?
Correct.
Yeah. Is there any particular way you're celebrating other than just getting blotto?
Nope. I'm staying at home, nice and safe and sound, and I ain't going nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, good. Well, happy birthday, Sue.
But thanks to everybody that said happy birthday to me.
Uh-huh.
I love all you guys.
Okay, let me see. There's Drunk Sue, who's having a great day.
Why?
Okay, well, there's Drunk Sue and another birthday. Another year around the sun, as they say.
What if I had the same technique as Drunk Sue? If I was like, you buy the steak, you let it sit for a little while, and then you just put it in the microwave.
It's a preference, you know? You put it in the steak microwave.
Yeah, she got that micro steak wave.
First you defrost the Steakums, and then...
Yes.
Oh, God, those are good.
I love steak.
I haven't had
that
those.
Is so low budget.
Who cares? They're delicious.
So
you
good.
cook a whole
hated
box and you put them on that roll, and oof.
See, I
haven't had Steakums in 100 years.
Just plain bread with mayonnaise on there, man. I don't need to fancy it up. Don't give me any pepper. I'm sure it's good that way, but when I want steak,
because I was forced to eat those, I don't ever want those.
Forced to eat. They're kind of labor intensive to be forced to eat them.
Well, that when you're poor, those are the type of food that you subject yourself to. And my mom would be in the state of, well, if you don't want to eat these, then you're not hungry. I'm like, we had Steakums for like the 5th week in a row. Well, then you're gonna have it for a 6th week.
It's a steak sandwich, though. Like if you know how to season it correctly,
my
then
brother
you
would make
get some
them for
garlic
me.
salt on there, and here your mom is cooking these for you. They're spitting all up on her.
Oh,
She's getting burned.
No, my brother
and
would
you're
make
saying,
them.
I don't want these. Huh?
My brother would make them.
Well, fine. It's spitting all up on him. He's suffering to make sure that his brother eats well.
Whatever. He's suffering. He ain't suffering nothing.
Wow, this guy.
Maybe heart disease.
Well, yeah, that's now. What, bitch? I mean, that's now because my mom just got so tired of us complaining about her cooking that she would just leave us like $10 on the counter, and she's like, "You get 5, you get 5. Go to McDonald's."
I mean, I guess if you had anything a lot, you get tired of it. But I haven't.
love Steakums.
We didn't have Steakums a lot as kids. I literally think I've had them more as an adult. You know, because you got no money, you buy a box of Steakums. Or they don't last very long because they cook
so
down
thin.
to like a piece of loose leaf paper.
There was a summer, my girlfriends and I, the same summer we decided to smoke paper, smart 12 and 13-year-olds. We would eat Steakums literally every single day. Like we would make a box of them for the 3 of us, and that's what we would eat. And then God, what a summer.
I feel
Drinking
like
Heineken beers, smoking
I gotta say,
paper.
I feel like it would take me a lot to get sick of Steakums.
Yeah. They were so good.
Man, no.
Now I know. I have chili waiting at home, and I'm like, I might pick up Steakums on the way home.
Steakums and chili.
Ooh, chili. I love a good chili.
And today's a good day for it.
I like a bad chili. I don't even care.
I haven't had chili in so long. Uh-oh, my brother texts me. Okay.
What did he text you?
He was just
Bitch, I cook for you.
I'm dog sitting his dog this weekend, and like he was texting me about that, and I thought he was gonna talk crap. Like I thought he was gonna cuss me out because I was
like my steak I'm cooking.
Exactly. I was like, oh my god,
goddamn steak.
Exactly.
Okay, I got a break. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text 35192. Next chance to grab $1,400 and double your stimulus is coming up at 5:30.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I know you wanna do it. You know I wanna do it too. Out here on the dance floor, and we can make sandwiches. You can be the bun, and I can be the burger girl. I know you wanna do it, and we can make sandwiches. So make your thighs like butter, easy to spread, and we can make sandwiches. Out here on the dance floor.
I got another $1,400 for you, by the way. I buy a lot of Steakums. If you're so inclined. We kicked it off today, this morning, next few weeks. About 6 chances every day for you to double your stimulus. So 5:30 here is going to be the next chance for you to do it. And then I think 8:30 tonight is the last one. But just keep your ears peeled for these keywords, and each one of them will have $1,400 for you. Good news for Mary Santora. I got about a dozen texts in the break from professional area chefs who say that Greg is a straight-up idiot.
Wow.
And that you sound like you really know what you're doing.
Aw, thanks,
They also
chef.
told me that I should be flogged for using a meat thermometer if I'm cooking a steak. But that'll just make me do it more.
Yeah, don't tell
So
me.
the joke's on you.
What does flogged mean?
Whipped.
Beaten.
Beaten. Okay. Like our Lord Jesus Christ. So congratulations to one
you.
Mary Santora, who I think
I was doing it
might
right.
have took a little ding to her confidence talking to Greg earlier, who has a grilling podcast or something.
He seems like
But a lot of area professional chefs. Also, Alan, if Poundcake is too bougie for Steakums, he should go to hell. Well, that escalated quickly.
I never said I was too bougie. I said I had them so much as a child that I want better for myself.
I want better. Someday I'm going to get better for myself. I got to get out of this one-horse town and stop eating Steakums.
There are little things that like shape you to the person that you are when you're a kid. Like my mother. My mother never would drive with the air conditioning on. She was like, that burned gas. You're never like, we don't do that. So she would always let the windows down. I'm like, Mom, it doesn't feel good. Like it's hot
But
air.
your mom had to be frugal. She was a single mother with 2 children.
But now, even when it's like cold out, I still have my AC on because I'm like, nope, I deserve better. Like
I deserve
freezing
better.
in the car.
I don't care. I don't care if I'm shivering.
Crystals forming on the inside of your windshield.
I never got to have AC on as a kid.
And now you get to be on AC every day.
Bill Squire, everybody. Bill Squire.
I got into it. We're talking about bougie sandwiches or him being too good for Steakums. My girlfriend and I were texting today and about grilled cheese. And I said how when I want a grilled cheese, I want Kraft singles melted in between bread with a can of tomato soup. Like I want the basic grilled cheese. And she was telling me that I wasn't an adult and that she's like, step it up. That's not even real cheese. And she makes it with like, she's one of those, she's like cheddar and Swiss and it's 6 different kinds of cheese and sourdough bread. I'm like, that's not what I want when I want a grilled cheese sandwich.
I don't like grilled cheeses. Every time one of those commercials comes on, they're always trying. It's usually for a tomato soup ad.
Yes.
They've got a grilled cheese next to it. And I always make a very loud declaration of how gross I think they are because my wife loves them. And so it's just me trolling. I go, oh, God, look at that. She's like, what are you, a moron? She's like, nothing's more delicious than tomato soup and a grilled cheese. I go, I don't like grilled cheese sandwiches. I don't. There's butter on the bread and all that cheese.
Yes.
The very reasons that people like them are the reasons I don't. Never liked grilled cheese sandwiches.
See, I can see it both ways. I like the traditional, what Mary's talking about, but then I also like a fancy one at
That's
times
what
too.
I said. I said, do you make fancy grilled cheese? She goes, if by fancy you mean not using American cheese, then yes. And I was like, yeah, that's fancy.
Yeah, it's fancy. Yeah, but sometimes you want you just want like the pared down version. I get into the similar argument with my girlfriend about Kraft mac and cheese.
Yeah.
And she's of the mind of Cody where she ate it so much as a kid that she never wants to eat it again in her entire life. So if she's going to make mac and cheese, she's a chef. She's going to do over the top.
She's making a cheese
great
sauce.
cheese sauce, and like it's going to be incredible. But sometimes I just want the Kraft box.
Yes.
Well, because you're not a chef, so you can throw it together and get what you want. Again,
But sometimes even if those options are there, I'm like, I'm going to get some of the chef stuff, but I also kind of want
You want the basic
I want the
things
basic
sometimes.
stuff. Sometimes you just want that. You want to go back.
I mean, Kraft singles are like
It's not cheese.
No,
I
it's
know
like
that.
1% cheese.
I know that.
I think we talked about that.
But it's so melty.
It melts so well because it's mostly plastic. That's why.
And that's what she said too. She's like, "Stop eating plastic. Like, what is wrong with you?"
No, it's not plastic.
And I was like, "It's just what when I
just
say
cheese substance."
When I say I want a grilled cheese, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know that or maybe I just haven't had the right fancy grilled cheese yet, but
like I'll take both. I want sometimes, the sourdough
I
bread.
like all that bread.
It doesn't have to be like the thickest bread, but I like a good bread.
I guess.
Thick bread.
Let me give you some money here. We're giving you a shot to double your stimulus. $1,400 here. Half a dozen times every single day. 3:30 and 5:30 are the two chances you have here on this show. So you're second of two on this program right now. Good luck.
The Buzzard has your chance to win $1,400 now. Double your stimulus. Text the nationwide keyword money to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's money to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Alan, I love you. I listen every day, but since you don't like grilled cheese, we can't be friends.
Oh.
Well, you misspelled my name, and I don't know who you are, so we already were not friends. And okay, you have to use mayo instead of butter. That's even worse.
A lot of people say that though, or they'll put mayo on the grilled cheese.
Oh, I like that. Yeah,
that's not bad.
I like that.
Young Bill Squire is going to be on the Mark Nolan show tomorrow morning, right?
Yes, excited about
Down
it.
at Magic 105.7, the recently rebranded Mark Nolan show. Used to be something else. It was him and a bunch of other people, and they go, we need a hip new show, Mark Nolan show, and now Bill Squire going to be. I assume you're pimping the album recording?
Album recording, and then all the other things I'm doing at Hilarities, because I do the crowd work show every month, but yeah, trying to get those album recording shows sold out, and Friday night's getting it's doing well, and the other ones are coming along. So
how many shows? 3
shows total.
And you're still, oh my goodness, you're still like 6 weeks out. That's so great.
That's good, yeah. So I'm feeling good about it.
You should.
And also, I was like, Mark, can I just come in? Because I don't want to do a phoner. Because I did a phoner last month, and phoners just aren't as fun as being there, feeling energy, especially since it is now the Mark Nolan show.
Now, what time will you be on?
8:35, I believe.
8:35.
Yeah.
And not a minute later.
Not 1 minute later.
Okay.
It's a tight ship over there.
Yeah, I know it is.
Yeah. And Mark Nolan takes things seriously, especially time.
Okay, so 8:35 tomorrow.
Let me make sure exactly.
Young Bill Squire.
Yeah, 8:35.
Okay. Are you any closer to a potential name for your album?
I actually have a name.
Do you want to reveal it, or do you want it to be a surprise?
I think I'm going to wait till after the recording and till everything's all done. But
Until after the recording?
I don't know. I think
Do you
so.
feel like you're going to jinx it?
No, I think it's the one that I sent you the other day.
I love it.
And I think it's a good
really
name.
Oh, that is the one.
Yeah.
You're going with that.
Did I tell you?
I thought maybe you texted. Maybe not. No.
I don't think
He
so.
texted me the other day, 2 days ago. And it's great, and it ties into a bit, and it's
So
really
you're saying you
wonderful.
specifically don't want to tell me?
I mean, I'll tell you if you want to know.
Tell me right now.
I'll tell you right now.
Tell everybody else.
Let me make sure I say it exactly how I. It's going to be called Lessons and Preferences. And it doesn't make any sense unless you know the bit.
Are you joking, or is that the name of it?
That's the name of it, yeah.
I love it.
It's not like a huge reveal.
Okay.
All right, no, I'm kidding. It's going to be called Bill Billy Bill Bull.
Bill Billy Shuji.
Please say yes or do say yes.
Not going to be do say yes. I
Right.
ran that one by Polk, and he's like, don't do that. But
Did
this
you
one,
run Lessons and Preferences by him?
No, but this
I
one,
like it. You
this
don't
one
like it?
ties directly into a bit that I really, really like, and so it's.
I think you can have
that's
a lot
good
of
way
fun
of doing that. Yeah.
with that as far as like album artwork goes too.
Yeah, I
like
think
that's
so,
a
too.
cool thing to like play off of.
I'm assuming that the album artwork, correct me if I'm wrong, is going to be you naked in some way in the shower or somewhere else.
Well, is that a
did that
lesson
already.
or a
I know,
Yeah.
but I'm thinking, you know how like Megadeth has like a mascot. Iron Maiden has Eddie.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that maybe your running theme, album cover wise, would be you naked in some capacity.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah.
You don't want to go that
'cause
route again?
There's a lot of people that were like, yeah, I like the album, but I don't like the cover art.
Oh, I see.
So I got a lot of...
It's off-putting,
yeah,
you're saying?
A little bit, yeah.
So when I guessed Bill Street Blues, that was not going to be the name of the album. Lessons and Preferences.
Yep.
Do you have any idea when it will be out?
No idea about that. Yeah.
But you're recording it the first weekend of May.
Correct.
Okay.
My turnaround, we recorded it December 6th, and it came out February 26th, so a couple months.
That's pretty quick.
By the summertime, yeah, depending on how quickly you go through all that. The editing took me friggin' forever. I mean, my
Right,
dad was sick too, but...
The editing is one thing, but like also, I feel like it's better to release it maybe later in the fall than like in the middle of the summer when people don't care about comedy.
Yeah.
Nobody's like, I really just need to get inside and listen to comedy instead of being out in the sun, especially in Ohio.
What if they want to run to it? They want to listen to Bill Squire's jokes while they're out exercising in the
There's
daylight.
already albums out, so
That's true.
if anybody's doing that, let me know, because I don't think a lot of people run to comedy, but maybe some
I do.
You do?
Yeah, because it like takes your mind out of it. Like music does too, but comedy, I feel like I have to focus more on what they're saying, and then I don't know.
Yeah, whatever gets you through that 25-hour run that you do when you're on
That would be a
edibles.
preference, not a lesson, Alan.
There you go. Alan, did you hear how supportive Mary was for Bill's show? She didn't even make him cry. Well, listen, I mean, that's
probably
her,
couldn't.
I think that's probably her preference, too, that she not make Bill cry.
Yes.
Being a booster.
Yeah.
Hey,
I was always supportive of the shows.
Well,
I just also
except
point
when
out
you said
other
that they would
things.
get canceled.
That was more of a dig at Mike DeWine.
I know.
Hey, Billy. Is this Billy? Hello?
Hey guys,
Hi.
welcome to the show.
Is your name Billy?
Girl Billy.
Yeah, it is.
Hi, Billy. What's going on?
Hey, I just wanted to call and tell Mary she has to try Melt Bar and Grilled. They have the fanciest grilled cheese.
I've been there.
Wait a second. Melt
Did you
makes
like
grilled cheeses?
They do.
Oh, my
Well,
God.
I
They
don't
got to
know.
get the word out on that.
Fancy one.
Now, I made the mistake of going to Melt one time when I just wanted a regular grilled cheese, and I was a little upset because I was like, this isn't what I wanted. But I will say this, Melt's Monte Cristo is phenomenal. I really, really love that sandwich from there. So yes, I've been to Melt several times and do enjoy their sandwiches.
Had to make sure.
Yep.
Every time I go to Melt, I get one of their salads because I really like their salads. And people are like, why do you get a salad at Melt? I'm like, I like their salads.
That's what I want.
It's a good salad. Big salad.
I had that. They've got a sandwich called the Count of Monte Cristo. And it's got a lot of cooking oil on it, I think.
For someone who doesn't like mayo, I'm interested in why you like Crisco.
Not a lot of readers on the show. That's okay. Hello, Joe.
I know what it is.
What can I do for you, Joe?
Hey, Alan. Love your show.
You sound like it. What can I do for you, Joe?
I got a quick question for Mary.
Ready.
Mary,
Yes.
when you cook your steaks,
Oh boy.
I mean, when you're at home, do you have a electric stove or do you have a gas stove?
I have a gas stove.
If you were really a lover of the show, you know that because she left her gas on a few weeks ago
I had to call the
and
fire
almost killed
department.
everyone.
I was.
This is going to be like the fireworks house.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've attempted one or two times to be cooking steaks on our electric range, and I just find it a lot easier just to go out on our back patio and stick it on the barbecue grill. But I just want to know exactly what Mary does, that's all.
I hate electric stoves. I've had one in my life at the first apartment I ever had, and I could not cook on that stove.
I'm more
I was
used to
so
them.
bad at
I've
it.
only had one. I grew up with an electric stove, so I've only had one or two gas stoves along the way. I'm way more used to electric.
I can't. I feel like you can't control the temperature. You can't control the heat.
You can. The
as
numbers are
cooking.
right on the
I understand that, but no. But like,
Hey.
if you accidentally have it too high or your pan is too hot,
Yeah.
you can't. I don't like them. It aggravates me. I always end up burning things on electric stoves. I pretty much never cooked when I lived in that apartment because I hated it so much.
As I understand it, if
Right.
you want a medium steak, you just turn the dial to medium.
All the way up.
On the burner to medium.
Oh,
and
no,
then-
no, no.
I think that's what it is. See, my dial says rare, medium, and then medium rare. It's weird when I'm cooking other things.
Yeah.
Like when I'm making mac
Brussels
and cheese.
sprouts?
It's a medium rare Brussels sprouts. Yeah. I go, these came all the way
No.
from Brussels?
No, but I mean, if you're cooking it on like high and you dial it down to medium on an electric range, I mean, it takes for effing ever.
Yes, it doesn't cool down right
You'll be
away.
Getting it down exactly
Because the metal's hot.
and that's what ruins the steak.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to God.
Well, listen, another
All right,
mystery
guys.
solved, Joe. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you listening. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in 35192, you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
of a feather flock together. But we all know birds aren't real.
Science knows.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to call us up. 800-348-1007. You can use that number too. 35192 if you want to get a text in. AlanCoxShow.com. Got the brand new Poundcake podcast, which is up there for you. It's called Can't We All Just Get Along? It's an age-old question, reminiscent of Rodney King.
We cannot. I feel like we can't.
I guess it depends on how you define all. And can't.
Everyone.
And we.
Yeah.
Who are we? We can't? We can't all get along?
Cardi B and Candace Owens can't.
Well, they might find a detente between the two of them.
Did you see the tweet?
Not everybody has to get along, quite frankly. Did I what?
Did you see the tweet that Candace Owens is suing over?
She called, what did she say?
I don't know if this
She said that the Cardi B slandered her.
Yeah, and I don't know if this was a real tweet and it was taken out of context because there's so many manipulated tweets and like Photoshop tweets. So I don't know if it's real or not, but pretty much what it said, it was a tweet of Candace Owens saying, yes, my brother cheated on me with my, or no, yes, my husband.
Your brother cheated on you, wow.
Yes, my husband cheated on me with my brother, and yes, he said no when I asked him to join in a threesome. And that was the tweet. And Cardi B was like, bet you wish you had a WAP now or something like that in a quote. So it was stupid, but people were blowing it up like it was real. And so if Candace had a brother and a husband, which I don't even know if she's married.
She is married to a white guy. Candace Owens has had I know right now she's a lightning rod because she's an opportunist. So in the Trump era, she just decided to switch teams and just get out there and be a troll. And that has proven to be very lucrative for her.
Absolutely.
But she came from the complete opposite political side. I mean, she was going down more of kind of a left of center lane for a long time, and she was, so she's really kind of gone in another direction to make a bit of money, which, whatever. Who knows?
Her husband's cute, though. What, bitch?
Cavaliers win last night against Boston, right here at home, 117-110. They're off tonight. They'll play the San Antonio Spurs tomorrow night at 7:30. So 7 o'clock is when the pregame will get going here on MMS. I saw that Trevor Ariza is going back home to play for the Miami Heat. They traded him for that Myers Leonard, who is not going to play.
That dummy.
Oklahoma City Thunder sends Trevor. By the way, Trevor Ariza has the NBA record for the most times a player has been traded. He's been traded 11 times, which I feel like that's low for the record.
That doesn't seem like a lot, yeah.
11 seems, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Do some players stay with one team their whole life?
No, but I mean, signing with another team is one thing, but to be traded 11, not to have played for 11 teams, but to have been traded 11 times.
That's a lot.
You're constantly moving somewhere else.
Yes.
Yeah. So
and it's not your choice. It's like, hey, we'll throw this guy in to the package. Yeah.
So they sent the trade technically sends Myers Leonard to Oklahoma City Thunder, but the organization says he will never play for us. They just wanted to sweeten the deal somehow, I guess. They got a second-round pick, whatever. This Myers Leonard guy, by the way, is this dude who apparently... I only know the name because a lot of my friends went to the University of Illinois, and he played for the Illini. So, like, friends of mine that keep an eye on their alma mater ball, Myers Leonard played for them. But this is a dude who basically, he's kind of toast because I guess he made an anti-Semitic comment on his Twitch stream. This guy's got like 69,000 followers on Twitch.
Nice.
And he was playing games and he called somebody a kike.
Yeah.
And he said that he didn't know what that word meant.
Well, it's always good to use words that you don't understand.
Well, that is a good point, but
steered me wrong.
But also, it's kind of like, it doesn't make it any better, but I could see where he wouldn't know what that meant.
I don't know. He's 29 years old.
But that's
he's not a kid.
But is it? No, I understand. I'm not excusing it at all. Whatever happens to him should happen to him. But it's one of those slurs. And again, I'm not Jewish.
I feel like it's old.
That's what I'm saying.
Really
I have Jewish friends, and it's like I don't ever hear them call each other that. You know what I mean? So it doesn't.
Yeah, but if somebody wants to stick it to a Jewish person, they're going to pull that out.
I feel like you might use Jew more, which is not a slur, but people who want to use it as a slur use it as a slur. I can't even play Jew on Words with friends. So it's like, it's just, I thought that was a really weird thing to say.
Well, to me, it's not understanding language. So remember when, who was it on Fox 8? Got in trouble because she said jigaboo.
Christy Capel said jigaboo music.
And she really had no idea. Like,
right.
Her reaction was so genuine. You're like, oh, she really had no idea what that word was. Now,
right.
like you said, it's an old-timey word. But I think if you are around the right people and you are paying attention, when you use it, people are going to be like, hey, dude, what are you talking about? And I think this is a dude that has insulated himself with other people that probably throw that word around. And he's also the guy that was on the Heat when they all took a knee for something. He's the dude standing up.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So, like, he's that kind of guy. So
well, I think he's from West Virginia or something,
right.
So I'm pretty sure he didn't grow up around any Jewish people. But nevertheless, I was like, boy, what a weird word to throw out at somebody. It didn't drop. Usually on Twitch, it's like the N-word, or you're calling, that's usually what sinks somebody. Yeah, I just thought that was really weird. So anyway, that dude's toast. Because they traded him to Oklahoma City, but the team is like, this guy's not going to play for us.
Well, he's out for the rest of the season anyway, so he's injured. And so that's what he's been doing with all his time is playing Call of Duty, and he's got sponsors and stuff. Like you said, he's got like almost 70,000 people following him on Twitch. And I just don't know how you don't know what that word means after playing Call of Duty online for 10 years. Like, you know that word. You've heard it all the time. You have to understand that it's probably not a good word to use.
Right.
And I think his ignorance is just how a lot of people go through life where they're like, oh, I didn't know I was hurting anybody. Like when people go, oh, I don't see why Indians, what's wrong with that? Or Redskins, it doesn't offend me. It's like you're not the one being offended by it because it's not pointed at you.
Yeah.
And they don't want to do the work. They don't want to try and understand anything. They just go, oh, people are too sensitive. And it's annoying.
Yeah, the whole thing's gross. But I was reading that and I was like, I could see where the dude is like, you're right. He's 29. That's an excuse that like a little kid would make. Like, I didn't know that was, and you go, okay,
Right. Like when I remember the first time I got in trouble for swearing, I dropped an S-bomb in the car and I literally did not know that it was a bad word.
Yeah.
I just heard some kids in the neighborhood say it, so I said it too. And my mom was like, what are you saying? And I was like, this word? And she's like, yeah, don't say that. That's not a good word to say. And I was like, okay. And then she explained to me why that's not a good word to say. And so it became my favorite word. But
maybe that's his thing.
Yeah.
But like I had that understanding of like, oh, some words mean different things and you can get in trouble. Like that was the first time I even knew there was such a thing as bad words.
Did you ever have the luxury of when you're like, did your parents ever allow you to curse in certain situations?
No.
Like that was the one luxury I had being like having a single mom, because when she would want to yell at us, she would use each other to do it.
Go tell your brother.
Yeah. And so she would be like, where is your brother? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I think he's down at so-and-so's house. She's like, well, call him. And she was like, tell him to get his ass home right now. I'm like, exactly that? And she's like, yes, Cody, tell him to get his ass home. So then I would pick up the phone. Mom says to get your ass home right now.
And she said ass. I'm not in trouble. She said it.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say he's like, I'm going to tell Mom that you said ass. I was like, she told me I could say it, fatso. And then he'd get home and then get his butt whooped.
Body shaming and everything. Mm-hmm. Little Cody.
Bickering.
He was on a tear, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fatso.
Like the Dom DeLuise movie.
I was 4 eyes, so whatever. Yeah, I can say fatso.
Yeah. Except you didn't have 4 eyes.
I had Coke bottle classic.
He was fat.
Mm-hmm. They called me heat miser. They called me everything. Shut up. Don't you laugh. You're not allowed to laugh.
Why did they... I can laugh whatever I want. Laughter is involuntary, my friend.
No, because I was bullied.
Yeah, but he had like...
When we were all bullied. What do you want?
He had hair that looked like the heat miser. Like it was all like, baff, right?
Well, it was the hair, and then also they said that like if my just like with the crystal ball, if my glasses got the sun in them, I could like melt them. And
they were probably right. That was probably physically true.
Heat miser would. He had the lasers come out of his eyes or whatever, the rays.
Something like that. Heat miser, Mr. 101.
So they called me Code Miser. It wasn't Heat Miser.
That's kind of a cool nickname, by the way.
Yeah, you should go by
Hell of a
Code
lot
Miser.
worse nicknames than that. Code Miser.
I was Tummy.
Code with the big giant earlobes. My uncle used to call me that.
Because I was, like, when I played lacrosse, I was skinny all over, but I had a gut. And for, like, a kid to have that, it was just weird. And so they called me Tummy.
Man, I don't know what people said about me behind my back, but I didn't really get teased. And when you guys tell stories about being bullied and beaten up, I'm just like,
not
I'm
bullied,
glad.
tortured.
Yeah.
As soon as when you know, as soon as you get on the bus, you're like, okay, what is it going to be today? You know it's going to be something, but you don't know what.
That sucks.
Like, is it going to be a hair out of place? Like, I could go on a tangent.
Well, also, not everybody goes to school with dicks.
Yeah.
But I was an easy target
Yeah,
because
but
I
Mary
didn't fight back.
Mary was a good student for the most part, and like she was a cool kid.
I was one of the cool kids.
We
I was
were
a
not
popular
the cool
kid.
kids.
No, but good students are rarely the cool kids. I was a great
that's
student,
what
and
my
I wasn't the
school
cool.
Was.
Well,
like our group of like athlete friends were all like the best in the class.
you're
Like, we
talking
were-
high school.
High
or-
school. We were. All
I mean, I'm
smart.
talking more like middle school.
All of that. I
wasn't getting beaten up in high school, but like
I had raggedy clothes.
like second through sixth grade.
I mean, there were some
all the
dummies
time.
who played sports and things like that, but I feel like my core group of popular kids or whatever, there weren't really any stupid kids in that group. Maybe one or two, but for the most part, all of us took school pretty seriously.
Oh,
No, that's
So we
how it
were,
was
like,
for me
all
in
of
high
us.
school.
No,
but
I mean, from the
I was not a
beginning.
cool kid. I mean,
We had
know.
like tag together, talented and gifted.
Oh,
we had
my
tag
God.
together and
Tag,
there
you're
was
it.
that group of kids, but like I was in a group of kids, like, and there was even kids that I thought of as my friends that would be like the meanest to me. Where like I remember one day, I lost it this day because these kids were, you know what gleeking is?
yes, my
So,
brother used to do
what's
it to me
gleeking?
all the time.
So-
you like
Oh,
put
yeah.
your tongue up and it like squirts
Little
Like a
snake
little-
venom
yeah.
on your ear.
So we're
my
in
brother
history
would
class.
hold us down and do that.
And these two kids were gleeking on me, and it like I got in trouble because I turned around and punched one of them because I'm like, stop spitting on me, like that's
Yeah,
disgusting.
it's really bad.
And of course, I'm the one that gets in trouble because the second person is always the one that gets caught, and you know then they have like video evidence or anything like that back then, so like you couldn't see them gleeking on me
you,
because it's not even like spitting. It's
No,
just
it's
so
like-
microscopic, but I
uh-huh.
can feel it, and they were just trying to get that reaction out of me, and so like I turned around and punched them, and then went to gym class, and somebody had ripped my gym clothes through the locker and spat tobacco juice on them, and I was just like, you know what, I went home. I'm like, I'm going home.
Yeah.
And it's like done.
I quit today.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric.
Yes.
What's going on?
Hey, not much. I was just wondering why you're making those comments about Candace Owens about how she's a opportunist now. I mean, is that just because she's changed to a conservative view now? I mean, that's not okay to have a conservative view.
No, you can, but she's made herself a willing tool of conservatives, and obviously that's up to her. But if you're out there railing against identity politics, and the only reason you've been embraced by the GOP is because you're black, that's the only reason you're a star in the Republican Party right now, is because they go, look, see, we've got somebody over here. So that's what I mean by she's an opportunist, because she basically just provides cover for white people to pretend that they're not being racist in the GOP. And again, it's all her choice, but that's absolutely what she's doing. So she's out there pretending that, you know, black people are leaving the Democratic Party in huge numbers, which simply isn't true. And she's calling the NAACP an awful group and blah, blah, blah. So she's found a place where she can make money, and she's doing it voluntarily. But she's quite literally just, you know, she's found a lane where she can make some money and troll people, which I guess is currency these days. And she's fine with that. So.
Okay, whatever. I mean, I guess if that's your view of her, I mean, I just think maybe that she just changed her mind because she realized that, you know, the radical left or even the middle of the road left doesn't really provide what they say they do for minority groups.
Well, Eric, I mean, she certainly isn't either. I mean, she's out there constantly promoting that black people are lazy and that they're not so smart that they can't make critical assessments about things. And so it's like, you can say whatever you want, but she's not some dyed-in-the-wool conservative, if that's what you're trying to say. I mean, she has seen a place where she can make herself a star, and she's doing that. And that's fine because politics is celebrity and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, you referring to the radical left, I mean, that tells me where you're coming from. But nobody's out there saying that Candace Owen represents anything other than somebody who's providing cover for racists in the Republican Party.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, it's just because she's black and she doesn't agree with BLM. I mean, I don't think that's a reason to bash her.
That's got nothing to do with it. I didn't say anything about Black Lives Matter. I mean, when Donald Trump was running for president, she said the guy was a joke and he's hung like a baby, and she compared him to Hitler. And then everything changes and she goes, oh, this is where I can go. And, you know, she found a lane. And so she crossed the median. Again, that's fine, but you're not going to convince anybody that she's legit in what she thinks.
Okay.
All
right.
Okay, cool, man. Thank you. There's Eric. But she said she is suing Cardi B because she believes that Cardi B slandered her in a tweet or something. I don't know.
But wasn't it a Photoshop? Like, Cardi B didn't do the Photoshop.
I don't know if it was Photoshopped. It may have been a tweet about a joke because she's a troll, so she's been trolling forever. So it could be like a movie quote or like something. And Cardi B took it out of context and just quoted it.
Whatever.
Alan, I told my teacher in the 7th grade that she must be on the rag, and I had no idea what that meant.
Oh.
See, that's one of those phrases
well, that's
like
7th grade, yeah,
that you hear and you go, oh, I don't know.
Like you heard it once, someone called a girl or said that to a girl when she was being mean. So you're like, oh, women are on the rag.
I didn't know I still don't know what PMS is. I just know it's in relation to periods. But I would say
you don't know what PMS is.
I know what PMSing is, but I just don't know what it stands for.
Premenstrual syndrome?
Mm-hmm.
See, and
you had no idea what. I thought you have all like these chick friends who were letting you touch their boobies and stuff. Not one of them ever told you what PMS was?
They would say PMSing, but I never asked. I knew it was relation to period, but this is how much of an idiot I was. I thought it was period menstrual cycle, and I didn't realize that cycle was with a C and not an S.
How old were you when you realized that cycle
26.
didn't start with an S?
Today, years old.
SYCLE?
Period menstrual cycle. I was like,
Jim, Molly's growing up. She's having her first menstrual period.
What? Already? Oh, but Alice, I thought... Well, I mean, after all, she's only...
Daddy, don't be so silly. I'm not a baby anymore.
I know, dear, but, well... No. No, honey, I guess you aren't.
What, bitch?
Pre-menstrual cycle.
Period menstrual cycle.
Period menstrual cycle with an S.
I was a stupid kid, okay?
I read somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
So when did you learn that?
I don't know the exact date.
You never saw the word bicycle.
I mean, he just doesn't put things together.
Huh.
He thought maybe it was a different kind of cycle.
Yeah, the period cycle starts with an S.
It's a lady cycle.
The hoe was slow, okay? I was slow.
The hoe was slow.
I was slow. A lot of slow. I was in LD classes. Give me a break. I learn things at a much slower rate. I get them. Just takes a while.
Okay, I've got a break. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And every...
Okay, we got to go. Thanks for hanging out today, gang. What do you got coming up, William?
Tomorrow morning, I'm going to be on the Mark Nolan Show over there on Magic 105.7. The Sound of Mornings. I don't know what that is.
Sure, we'll go with that. Why not?
And then I'll be promoting my comedy album recording at Hilarities May 7th through the 9th. But next weekend, I'll be at the Funny Stop, 25th to the 27th. Tickets at funnystop.com. Hilarities.com for the album recording, and then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire, and check out the Bill Squire Show on iHeartRadio.
Still think you should have called this show No Land's Land. That might have been a little tricky, though. That's a little tongue twister. What do you got coming up?
Nothing. Check out my Hillbilly Bougie's available everywhere. You can get CDs, you can stream it, you can buy it, you can do whatever you want. Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter. Link is in those bios.
Poundcake?
Just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. And new Poundcake podcast.
There you go, at AlanCoxShow.com. Okay, guys, thanks very much. If you want to get a message to us, you can. A voicemail at the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903. You can get me out there at Alan Cox Show. This program available anytime on demand on the iHeartRadio app. If you want to watch, our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And Rachel Elliott's next after 6:30. New track here ready to premiere from Rise Against, by the way. Love those guys. So new song from them in a minute. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thanks, guys, for hanging out, and we'll see you in hell.
And now I'm a